朝待ちビデオを見ながら解説を一緒にしてよミームなストリームでね何を待ってるの朝待ち今日は何するの橋のを開けてみなキャンバでオールインね何を待ってるの朝待ち前は政治のために来たけど下のは串おいライブ中
おうなんて大きくてセクシーな男なんだハサン
朝待ち
なんて素晴らしいんでしょう見てみようこのイカれた変態野郎ハサンペッカー
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Someone just said he called you a pervert. I know he did. And it fucked me up. Listen, I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one.
"17 months, Pogu. Hi,
It
chat.
is
Hassle.
Monday, August 16, 2021, 11:03 a.m. And I am live and alive, folks. We are live and alive once again, and there's a lot of news to cover. So I'm, of course, earlier than usual about Biden about to speak in about an hour and 45 minutes. Oh, shit.
Happy upcoming 8/21.
Wait, does that literally mean 1 p.m.? Oh, fuck. Okay, well, that's when I was going to have Mike on. I have a guest today. I have a guest that's coming on in a little bit. His name is Mike Prysner. Some of you know this. Some of you know who he is. Some of you don't. I'm excited to introduce you to him. He's the man. But
Arjan.
yeah, we're gonna talk about that. He's an anti-war veteran, and I don't know why I'm not like hyped right now. I should be a little bit, but let me get like fired up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, it's already been 14 months. Hassle.
Hold on. The mini fridge is out already. No, it's not. It's not
Yeah,
Michael
9 months.
Pillow.
Let's go, Dad.
Okay, not all mics are the same. My voice is like going out a little bit, but it'll be all right. Oh, it's at 3:45 Eastern, so that's gonna be 12:45. What the fuck? Hold on. I should DM him right now and be like, realize the Biden speech is right at that time.
Almost half a year of avoiding the ads.
Anyway, your hero Biden is responsible for Afghanistan, says Jake Dwan. My hero Biden. I love him. I love my hero Biden. He's the best. The chuds are losing their minds on Twitter. They're all directly blaming Biden. Even Lib Media is denouncing their loyalty to Joe Biden in favor of endless war. Okay, so let me just get started before we get into the news. I'm just gonna start off by saying hi, welcome. Yes, I have a mullet. I've had one for a while now. Okay, my flow is out of control. And I want to make sure that, you know, it's in control by wearing a headband, like a hairband thing. Okay, yes, I look like Gaston. Shut the fuck up. Whatever.
It's really
Anyway,
been 12
listen,
months, but I
listen,
forgot
listen,
to resub.
folks. Here's what's going on, okay? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news,
6
but there
months,
really
Logan.
isn't anything fucking going on. So there isn't too much to talk about. My parents are here. They're stressing me out a lot. Like non-fucking stop. And my mom wants to go somewhere on the weekend. Thank you, Themasius. My mom wants to go somewhere for the weekend, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. And I've been like pushing off as best as I can, but she's like, nope, we have to do it. And so yeah, I will try to turn that into content, obviously, as always. Yes, I'm wearing the t-shirt that Ludwig gave me. It says, I lubricate my AR-15 with liberal. Come on it. AR-15, of course, is automatic rifle. Later today, we're going to hear from Joseph Robinette Biden on the absolute abysmal Afghan pullout, as though it wasn't supposed to be like this. I don't know why the fuck everyone is like so shocked by the most obvious thing that was going to happen that is going to happen. Yesterday's coverage of Afghanistan was so enlightening. Also, as an Alabamian who went to the UA, that made yesterday's streams even more entertaining. Thank you, Hasan. Yeah, a lot of you are probably unfamiliar with what the fuck was going on in Afghanistan for the past 20 years. So I think that my like 5 to 6 hour coverage yesterday on precisely all of our precisely detailed failures was, I hope, illuminating for a lot of you young Zoomers who weren't even fucking alive when the Twin Tussie fell.
As high.
Okay? Because a lot of you were unaware. You weren't there. You have no idea what the fuck was going on. So, you don't know the kind of fervor that America was whipped up into, a frenzy, in order to justify some of these atrocities that we committed. So that's of course what we're going to talk about again. Can NATO really shrug off the part they played in this issue, and did Biden really just say they've got to fight for themselves? Yes and no. We'll talk about that.
Despite
there are horrible things, horrible videos showing the absolute abysmal conditions in Kabul currently. Like the regular city of Kabul is fine. People are reopening their storefronts. You know, with some notable differences. They're painting over the women in the storefronts.
He's here.
Because they're terrified of what the Taliban might do. But outside of that, you know, shit's normal in Kabul for the people that did not escape Kabul for the time being.
9 months pog hair looking nice.
What's not normal in Kabul, however, is the absolute abysmal state of the international airport that has now been taken over by the American military. I should probably just fucking blast off. We should just get started. I'm gonna tweet out that I'm live because there's like literally not much going on. This morning, I spent the entire morning, you know, trying to fit all the fucking clothes that you guys send me into my dresser. And that's what I was doing. So there's not like much excitement there. I didn't really work out. I didn't work out this morning because I worked out yesterday. So, you know, there isn't anything like chill or cool or new. Biden is live at 3:45 EST. So we are going to watch him. Did American soldiers die in vain?
Let's go.
Hello. Welcome to the real world. Yes, every fucking soldier that has ever died since World War II has died in vain, okay? Welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast.
Rajan.
This is kind of like literally what I talk about all the time, okay? Absolutely not one fucking casualty on the American side was needed to happen or justifiable or anything like that. It absolutely did not need to happen. So, yes. That is the
3
case.
months was good.
It sucks to hear for a lot of people, I think. A lot of people like lose their fucking minds and they're just like, oh my God, what the fuck? I can't believe you're saying that. There's like veterans talking about how like, I can't believe like everything we did in Afghanistan was for nothing. It's like, dog, you literally were there. If you couldn't fucking figure out that everything you did in Afghanistan was for nothing when you were fucking there, then like, I don't know what to tell you. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Like actually, you're looking real dumbass, dude. Oh man, I need some self-care right now, dude. I'm gonna need some self-care because fuck, dude. I'm really like reconsidering all of the death and destruction that we put Afghanistan through now that like we're just pulling out for no fucking reason after 20 years. It's like, wow, dude, really? Now this is the moment. This is the very moment where you feel betrayed by the American government, not when they fucking shipped your dumbass over there. The fuck do you mean, dude? Like, become a fucking conscientious objector, okay? Like, if you want to become like a noble person. Didn't realize you served and now and know how it feels. I don't give a fuck. I don't need to serve to be like, dude, listen, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I don't care about your personal feelings. Like, if you went down there and fucking realized how horrible it was down there, okay, there's at least a little bit more leeway in that situation where you're like, it's understandable, you were duped, whatever. You wanted to get a fucking communications degree for free so that you could suffer with the rest of us on the same like shit ass job market, okay? But now with, you know, additional PTSD, that's one thing, okay? But if you're gonna be like, oh my God, it was totally chill until literally this very moment, that's when it hit me that like, that's when it hit me that like, you know, not during deployment, not after deployment, not at any point until fucking 20 years later when the most understandable, inevitable thing that happened, that's when I realized like, oh shit, maybe I was just like duped and I didn't do anything. It's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Yeah, you're an idiot. Like, what the fuck? You're literally stupid. Sorry.
10 months going strong.
I don't have to fucking, I shouldn't have to scrape my buddy's fucking remains off of the goddamn MRAP to recognize that, like, you know, this is like, that's the moment where you probably could have been like, this is kind of fucked up. We're not really doing anything here. People don't really want us here. And also on top of that, like, we're getting no fucking progress. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, that's the moment where you should have figured it out. Not when you came back and were like, oh my God, I can't believe Biden is pulling out.
Thank you for being my distraction at work while I water plants.
You just lost support of liberal servicemen? That's fucking bullshit. Okay? It's bullshit.
Yo.
Thank you, Chai Mifra, for the 5 gifted subs.
Still hasn't fucked. My mom has such hassle.
Anyway.
Hi has hi.
Wasn't this Trump's pullout plan negotiate with the Taliban? We're going to get to all of that. Yes. Thank you, Classic Calvin, for the 5 gifted subs. I saw a Pornhub video of you eating Jank's feces. That's wild, man. Says white abs. Why are mods like not fucking banning this psycho, dude? Like, even the sheer thought that like you would fucking have that in your head. You know what I mean? That you would like be able to come up with something so fucking nasty as like an own is so disgusting. Anyway.
Hello chat, hello Hasan, how is everyone? I am excited for the stream.
White women on Twitter on my own personal Afghanistan. Lamb Chop 101. Okay, let's fucking blast off. Let's do it. Daycare is open. We're, of course, talking
Gaslight Gate,
American imperialism and its necessity to continue our global capitalist hegemonic power. That's why permanent occupation is a necessity. You guys don't understand. Spicy day today. Get in now. www.twitch.tv.
Birthday yesterday, 18-month anniversary with
I want to get started on today's broadcast on my endless coverage on Afghanistan. By first and foremost talking about what they took from us.
Nice t-shirt.
Okay? I'm not talking about the people of Afghanistan. I'm not talking about the Taliban. I'm talking about the liberal mainstream media and what they took from us. We're going to look at all the bad takes on the timeline, obviously. That's an important part of news coverage. Don't be crazy now. I'm talking about the lying mainstream liberal media and what they took from us. Here's what it is. Statement by Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. Still my president. Okay. Donald Trump, once again, just absolutely blasting incredible takes from the desk. Okay, from the desk of Donald J. Trump. I mean, this literally reads like a fucking, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, okay, I'm just going to read it to you. Can anyone even imagine taking out our military before evacuating civilians and others who have been good to our country and who should be allowed to seek refuge? In addition, these people left top flight and highly sophisticated equipment. Who can believe such incompetence? Under my administration, all civilians and equipment would have been removed. So, first of all, like, he's so, his Twitter fingers are so juicy. Like, he just sounds literally like a different person. Like, as though he was never the president. As though we don't know what he did when he was the president. But, you know, off-season Donald Trump is just, you know, based anti-imperialist, routinely expresses his disdain for the American military's incompetence. It's like so wild. Dog, you literally negotiated this evacuation. I don't even have a problem with it. Okay? I said it back then. It's the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do, and it's the right thing to do. Same with, I'm consistently saying this for Joe Biden as well. It is the absolute utilitarian, ultimately morally right thing to do is to pull out of fucking Afghanistan and allow the people of Afghanistan to have sovereignty. Now, that doesn't mean that the Taliban is great. That doesn't mean that the Taliban means that the people of Afghanistan are going to have sovereignty. Obviously, that is not the case. Okay? Isn't it normal for the U.S. Army to leave stuff behind after destroying or damaging it beyond use while retreating? Yes, because they are very expensive. These are expensive pieces of machinery, and flying them back to the United States or another base is oftentimes not the smart thing to do. So they usually blow them up. Okay? Or they fuck them up beyond a state of repair. For some weird reason, they did not do that in Bagram and literally just fucking left without telling the Afghan security forces they were leaving. If you ask the Afghan security forces, that's the case. If you ask the American forces, they say, we let them know that we were going to leave, but we did not give them the exact date and time because that was a security concern.
Thank you for sensibly radicalizing me.
Maybe it's the right thing to do, but anything that involves people hanging on to planes and falling off because they want to escape is not handled well at all. Dude, it's a war, man. What are you guys talking about? Like, yeah, no shit. Okay. I don't have a problem with, like, literally allowing every Afghan person that wants to come to the United States open fucking doors. Do you? Does Donald Trump? Because it seems like he is into that idea, but I don't think he is. Also, the people who are saying, remember when he pulled out of Syria in the sloppiest way and left the Kurds to die? Well, that's not exclusive to Donald Trump. That's always been the case for Kurds. The American allegiance with the Kurds, and Kurds know this better than the fucking Afghan security forces knew this, is always conditional. Okay? For the record, I just want to point out that, like, once again, I'm going to talk about this a lot today. This was Donald Trump's evacuation and withdrawal negotiation, okay? Which the Joe Biden administration, until like last week, was totally willing and able to take ownership of and fucking claim credit for. Don't get me wrong. But like anyone who's saying, and this just basically draws that same bipartisan line from Democrats to Republicans when it comes to foreign policy. Like, this is basically just reinforcing that very same, very basic American function that I've described to you guys a million times over.
17
it just shows that once again. But the people are just shit slinging at one another for political brownie points. When in fact it was Donald Trump's literal fucking historic peace deal with the Taliban. One of the dudes that was in the palace, okay? One of the dudes that was in the fucking palace that was, you know, posted up wearing his fucking drip was literally released by Donald Trump's administration from Guantanamo Bay, dude. Like, what do you mean? And now, of course, the GOP is removing the page praising Donald Trump's historic peace deal with the Taliban as every fucking Republican rushes.
3 months.
As every Republican rushes to act like they were not in favor of Donald Trump's historic peace deal with the Taliban. Okay.
Hey Hasan, thanks for helping me not go crazy during quarantine and WFH and not be so doomer about
the dude that was released from Guantanamo is the president now, actually. Yeah. And the media is whipped up in a fucking frenzy, nearly identical to the same whip up of frenzy that they were engaged in that fucking brought us into Afghanistan in the first place, dude. 90% of the country in the aftermath of 9/11 wanted to fucking attack Afghanistan. 90%. You think that's a fucking accident, dude? The media will never take ownership of how much they bang the fucking war drums. And then they turn around and literally extend
12-month pog.
the never-ending wars by making it seem like the only way to fucking defend the Afghan citizens is by permanently staying there and permanently doing occupation.
Your thing, bro.
Like, let's just turn Afghanistan into a vassal state for the United States. Even Disney Channel did propaganda after 9/11. Oh yeah, I remember this. This is fucking awesome. Let's watch this. I mean, I don't remember this from like seeing it, but I have seen it recently. Yeah, this was the state of America in the aftermath of 9/11, okay? This.
Everything to me. It means life, it means freedom, it also means unity, and it means love. You see American flags everywhere, and it reminds you, but it also makes you really proud. I spent my whole life pledging allegiance, and I don't think I can ever look at a flag the same way. The flag stands.
You know, when I first graduated middle school, I saw a Muslim boy walking down the street. And I said, Allahu Akbar, huh? Guess what? And I beat the shit out of that Muslim boy. Turns out he was sick. See, but it's okay. Because that's the kind of fervor that we had back then, okay? That's the kind of yee attitude that we had. Thank you. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Disney Channel. Let's go. America was united against the common enemy for once, you know? We weren't fighting amongst ourselves. We were fighting against brown people. And that was fucking tight. Anyway, let's keep going.
Let's go.
For us as a group of people, being united and being with each other in a time of need.
I saw a fire truck pass by the other day, and it had an American flag on it, and it was blowing in the wind. It was so amazing. Everyone just started clapping and cheering, and it was really special.
I had to drive cross country. We saw the flags, saw the proud to be American flashing signs on the highway.
All the flags, you know, you ride down the street.
All the flags, dude. The flags were so good. I fucking love the flags. I fucked the flag.
And it makes you feel connected, like we're in this together.
It's a beacon of peace and liberty and justice and democracy, and we can hold it up high and hold it up proud.
Driving.
Just like sexy poses, like, bro, you don't understand. I fucking, I saw a flag and I thought to myself, I want to give that flag a kissy poo.
Down streets and seeing, 16 houses all having their flag.
America's the only country in the world like this, by the way. No, that's not true. I'm literally fucking Turkish. If there is one other country that would engage in this kind of nationalistic fervor regularly, it's motherfucking Turkey or Brazil or numerous other countries, as a matter of fact, that behave this way all the time. They're just hyper nationalistic countries. It's just that like India's like this now. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of countries that are this nationalistic. It's just not European countries, okay?
Hi.
That's it. Like the only countries that aren't like this are the fucking European nations that we look to that always oftentimes have like they see nationalism as like a point of shame, except for England, and we know where they're at now. The Catalans are Europeans that are hyper nationalistic. Okay, well that's again, but that's not Spain. Notice how you said the Catalans instead of fucking the Spanish.
The stream today has steady and chat.
Flags up high and driving with my little American flag on my car. We've all come together in such unity. It's just amazing.
It's so awesome to see flags on everybody's car.
I'm talking about Western Europe, by the way. Look at that Shia LaBeouf, dude.
It's amazing.
It's so awesome to see flags on everybody's car. We're so united. We are really a United States.
We should try to keep the flags flying to show that we still remember and that we still care and that we're still together in this.
Now,
the only person that has been so successful in like dismantling civil liberties in the United States of America, like if you were to talk about like a singular individual,
of the plane flying from
this is a collective effort, okay? Obviously, Osama bin Laden is like up there by when we talk about like how successful he was in like completely destroying this fucking country, or at least, functionally kicking over the dominoes that created the situation that we're in, right? But then other than that, you got like Reagan, You got Dick Cheney. But more important than Al-Qaeda, you have the Republican Party, okay? And then second, following closely behind the Republican Party, you have the Democratic Party.
I chat hope you are all having a nice day, Hassel.
More than ever, it's important for people like you to express themselves every day.
So that was what the vibes were, okay? That was what the fucking vibes were back then. Like, when the Disney Channel was doing propaganda. When you say European countries, like, you mean richer EU countries? The other ones are pretty much fucked? Yes, that's true. I should have specified. That's why I said Western European countries. So, the amount of dog shit that took place in the aftermath of 9/11, and I've written about this before. I've written about this extensively. Like, I literally wrote about this on Huffington Post back when, you know, I was a young up-and-comer. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, I've talked about this on... I've talked about this, like, I wrote about this back in 9/11 2017. Okay, never forget 9/11 was awful. What we did after was worse. I mean, it's like lib seasoning. There's a lot of lib seasoning on this, obviously, because, like, it has fucking a lot of, like, Donald Trump talking about Donald Trump and how he was, like, stoked that fucking 9/11 happened, so his tower was the highest in you know, downtown New York. And obviously, there are more notable incidents that revolve around 9/11 that...
Morning Joe keeps having incredible takes. Happy 5 months.
There are more... there are more notable incidents that... Wait, what? Shia LaBeouf 9/11 poem? Shut the fuck up. Okay, we gotta watch this. More notable times when I've been in the media with respect to 9/11. Okay, so... Obviously, you know... Wait, what? The SNL's breaking out in a song and dance after the U.S. invaded Afghanistan? By the way, it's important to see where, like, liberal media was and where American media was back then, so you understand, like, where we are right now and why the media is doing the exact same fucking shit. Do you feel me? Because, like, right now, every goddamn media conglomerate is screaming about, like, how we should have just stayed in fucking Afghanistan. Like, what the fuck? We should have just stayed in Afghanistan. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you rocking the boat? Look at all these people that are falling off airplanes in Kabul because they, like, snuck into the fucking tires and shit. That's your fault because you didn't stay in Afghanistan. When the main point should be, we should have never went into Afghanistan, bro. What the fuck? The very same people who whipped up this fucking frenzy are literally writing extensively about how our occupation should have been made permanent. That is completely psychotic. Completely fucking psychotic.
Kandahar!
Kandahar!
Crazy pussy signs
Gee golly.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about Chris Evans and fucking the CIA propaganda that he's doing. It's nuts.
Now, boy, we got him now. Kandahar, Kandahar. Say Taliban, move your minivans. Kandahar, Kandahar.
That's happy news, no more bearded dudes. Kandahar!
Kandahar.
I'm telling you, that's some pretty stew. Kandahar! Take a solo, Chet!
we're banging the war drums right now at this point, and we're doing it in the fucking lamest way possible.
I'm gonna ride a train Kandahar. Who needs a suit? I'm skinny dipping in Kandahar. I got a date with my future mate Kandahar.
Some disinclined Kusi child to pop on out with a weather-beaten copy of
Someone said we should have just killed Bin Laden and then left. Huh, interesting that you say that. If only there was a way to negotiate with the Taliban at the time. If only there were numerous instances where the Taliban was like, let's sit down at the table. Like the functional government of Afghanistan was like, let's sit down at the fucking table and let's have a conversation about this, you know? There should be a trial. If only there was a way.
Not much emotion behind this monotone voice, but I just wanted to say thank you.
Wait, someone who was at the at SNL at the time said, "Not my sketch, but I was there. This is satire. It starts at a well-heeled cocktail party with everyone being ridiculous, and then they break into song when we hear we've reached Kandahar. The point was to make fun of how cavalier and ignorant we were being about the invasion." That makes sense. That's not. Yeah, and we famously said we don't negotiate with terrorists. Some of you know that. Some of you are probably too young to know that. But that's where that famous, like, we don't negotiate with terrorists attitude comes from. Okay? That's where that comes from. X say he'd be down for the shopping spree, Pog. Wait, really?
1 year of feeding the worms in my brain. Ty Hasan 3.
Protest music of the Bush era?
It was just over 90 minutes beyond President Bush's deadline for Saddam Hussein to leave Iraq.
1 year, let's go.
That U.S. warships...
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot to cover here, man. There's so much going on here. Oh, going back to, like, the modern time, though. We banged the war drums back then to go into fucking... We banged the war drums back then to desperately agitate to go into war. And now we are banging, or the same people are literally fucking banging the very same war drums in an effort to remain in Afghanistan and continue our occupation. Don't believe XG's lies? Hey, yo, a lot of people are hating on Pakistan for supporting the Taliban. What do you think about that? Yeah, no shit. I mean, that's fucking horrible.
Hey, Hasan, almost a year.
Yeah. What? I will never fucking be on board with Wahhabist influence for and funding for some of the worst fundamentalist motherfuckers out there who are completely psychotic, okay? Completely psychotic. Like, those guys are not, you know... Hey, HasanAbi, I need to understand, what is your opinion on global jihad? Hamas also supports Taliban? Yeah, I know. I understand that. I literally also... No shit they do. Hamas is also a fundamentalist religious fucking group. Hey, you know what the similarities between Hamas and Taliban are, though? The colonial power in both circumstances allowed them to fucking thrive. And then, simultaneously, the continued occupation justified their existence and basically made them seem like liberators in the eyes of the colonized. You get that, right? They thrive under American occupation. They thrive under Israeli occupation for Hamas. That's the point. Why was Hamas seen as a counterweight? Because the other organizations, the other revolutionary organizations that were against the Israeli occupation were socialist. fascist
Yesterday
states
was my
and
birthday.
right-wing states and Western imperialists have historically always sided with ultranationalists and fascists and reactionary conservatives, no matter how psychotic they
21
are,
down.
in an effort to squash actual revolutionary action from socialist groupings, socialist militants. We are always responsible for all this shit, okay? That's precisely why when Hillary Clinton, when we watched, or your title is kind of offensive to the people of Albania, like, what are you implying? The Taliban has connections to Albania? All of us in Albania are terrorists? Man, shut up. I don't know if you're LARPing as an Albanian, but that is like a very good LARP. Wahhabism is real Islam. I don't get why white liberals try to paint a progressive picture of Islam. Are you saying I'm a white liberal trying to portray a progressive picture of Islam? Like you, an American r/Reddit atheist, is telling me, a Turkish Muslim dude, what fucking progressive or real Islam is? Really? That's what we're doing right now? This is what we're fucking doing currently? Incredible. Incredible. Tell me more. Please enlighten me about what real Islam is from your Iowa basement. Okay? Please. I've watched all the Sam Harris podcasts. I know what real Islam is. Wahhabist Islam is real Islam. Okay? It's a religion, dumbass. It's like saying the real Christianity are the fucking, you know, Westboro Baptist Church or the white supremacist terrorists.
Nine months, Pogu.
Incredible stuff. It is you, Turkish dog, who are terrorists. Albania is forever, and you, Turkey, will be gone. Ottoman gone, Turkey going. We Albania strong. It's very good. Dude, there's some real Balkan posting happening in my chat right now. Some of you, yeah. Oh shit. Some of you are real Balkan heads, and it shows, okay?
Yo.
Are you saying we should have stayed out of Afghanistan but just sent nukes in our place instead? No, motherfucker. How about none of those things, dude? What a psychotic take. Do we have to fucking do that? Do we have to send in a nuke if we don't go in ourselves? Why are we always murdering people, dude? Dude, I'm sorry. I gotta fucking do a murder. Dog, I gotta do a murder, bro. Like, we gotta do a murder. We have to do a fucking murder. We gotta glass somebody. We gotta glass someone. We have to glass someone. Please let me fucking do a murder, dude.
To America.
As Chud.
Okay, so... You are lumping all Pakistanis into one mindset. By that standard, all Americans are war-hungry, racist POSs. First of all, yes, most Americans are. And secondly, when did I even fucking bring up Pakistan? Someone asked, what do you think about the Pakistani support for the Taliban? And I said, it's not good. What? It's not fake. Like, what? You think the Taliban doesn't get significant funding and also on top of that, like, are allowed to just operate freely within Pakistani borders for the most part? They are. We will never do anything about it, obviously, because, you know, it's, we'll never do anything about it because we are responsible, in some instances, for the development of a lot of those madrasas, okay? And then secondly, Pakistan has big military, nukes, strong, allied to the United States, of course.
lmao.
Bro, the way the CIA funded the Afghan Mujahideen during the 80s was through Pakistan's intelligence equivalents, ISI. Pakistan also explicitly supported the Taliban government from 96 to 01. Fuck the Pakistani government, 2 notches America. Yeah, I don't have a disagreement there at all. Bro, Bin Laden lived in a fucking compound where he was able to jerk off to hentai for years next to the Pakistan West Point, okay? The Pakistani West Point. Like, what more do you want? Like, it's such a fucking dumb conversation to have without, like, mentioning that point.
I love your baby face.
He was literally, like, playing Nintendo 64 and jerking off to hentai in a fucking compound next door to the Pakistan equivalent of West Point. You understand that? That's where the SEAL Team 6 bravely, in the dark of the night, fucking rolled over in their helicopters, dropped the fucking helicopter while they were doing that because, you know, incompetence, as always, and then flew in to the compound and, like, murdered everyone there and canoed Bin Laden, apparently. Fuck, man. I was listening to the Chapo episode.
6 months boggers.
Your take is ahistoric. Taliban was also strong outside of urban areas during the era of the progressive monarch. Yes, Afghanistan has always had a tribal presence. Warlords, shit like that, different tribes, different fucking warlords. Some of which were decent to their people, some of which were not. In many areas outside of like the city, outside of the cities, Taliban, in some instances, were seen as the saviors from some of the psychotic warlords. It's very difficult to wrap that in the minds of Americans' heads because you're like, Taliban bad, and Taliban is indeed bad. But if you ask like some of the people living in certain regions, they saw Taliban as saviors, okay? They're not good in any capacity. They're not good. Pakistan wanted a peace settlement rather than a complete withdrawal according to their NSA. Oh shit, hold on. Fuck.
Charge.
And what CNN is doing right now in fucking Kabul is incredible reporting. Like this is the peak of reporting. So when people fucking turn around and say like they're chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time, like, you know, Jack Posobiec, you would literally shit your pants if you saw a brown person and you're out here like literally shitting on a woman for fucking being in the middle of that conflict zone, literally in the middle of Kabul. Like Ted Cruz is talking shit about this lady that is like actually doing on the ground reporting, saying, is there an enemy of America for whom CNN won't cheerlead in mandatory burqas nonetheless? Bitch, you literally,
in the US,
okay,
I am a minority,
you escaped your state
I finally feel like I belong.
when a light breeze brought down your entire electricity grid. You fucking ran away to Cancun. You're gonna talk shit about a person who's in the fucking heart of conflict doing like reporting? Should we just not do that? What a fucking psycho. Rather than running off to Cancun in tough times, Clarissa Ward is risking her life to tell the world what's happening. That's called bravery. Instead of retweeting a conspiracy theorist's misleading soundbite, perhaps your time would be better spent helping Americans in harm's way. That's actually a fucking good-ass take. Not wearing a burqa. She's wearing a hijab.
Okay.oh. Here's 10 months my guy, play the Black and Tans song when you prep the ad break please.
Let's watch this coverage now.
Taliban fighters have flooded the capital. Smiling and
16 months in the
victorious,
sexiest
they took this
community
city
on
of
Twitch,
6
why people are
million
happy.
people in a matter of hours, barely firing a shot.
This is a sight I honestly thought I would never see. Scores of Taliban fighters, and just behind us, the U.S. Embassy compound.
Some carry American weapons. They tell us they're here to maintain law and order.
I wonder where they got those, boys. What happened?
Everything is under control. Everything will be fine, the commander says. Nobody should worry.
What's your message to America right now?
America already spent enough time in Afghanistan.
These motherfuckers are like, yo, yeah, dude, women can't be out in the streets. Meanwhile, literally everyone's wearing guyliner, okay? Everyone's wearing guyliner. Like, listen, which I don't have a problem with. Like, it looks good. Okay, it looks cool. It looks cool. It looks cool. You're looking like fucking Johnny Depp. Okay, Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, you know, let people, let everybody do that.
They need to leave, he tells us. They already lost lots of lives and lots of money. People come up to them to pose for photographs.
There are countries that also facilitated additional deals with the Taliban that are still operating their embassies, like Russia, for example, for the record.
They're just chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time. It's utterly bizarre.
What a take! They're cheering, they're saying death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time. It's a bizarre sight.
Chanting death to America, but they seem friendly at the same time. It's utterly bizarre.
At the presidential palace, the Taliban are now guarding the gate.
To the people who are freaking out about this, by the way, like, you can see that she's confused by it as well. Also, why don't people understand? Of course, people around the world say death to America. They fucking hate America. We literally had John McCain sing about how he wanted to bomb Iran on a fucking campaign trail, dude. Why is that so hard to comprehend for people? Like, literally, in their eyes, and there is some truth to this, there's a lot of truth to this, we are the fucking bad guys. So, of course, they're gonna fucking say death to America. What do you mean? We say death to Afghanistan all the time. There's motherfuckers in the chat who are like, why can't we just, like, nuke them and get it over with? I don't understand. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe it's understandable that, like, some of these dudes are literally like, yeah, death to America. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeet Bruder.
And that's why it's bizarre. Like, that's why it's bizarre to someone who doesn't understand. It's like, why are they so peaceful yet they're saying death to America? It's like, because that's a normal chant. If your entire existence has been defined by American imperialism, then yeah, of course you're going to be like, death to America. Like, it's not bizarre at all.
Sag.
They say they're here to fill the vacuum left when the government fled. But the welcoming spirit only extends so far, and my presence soon creates tension.
It's because of you.
They've just told me to stand to the side because I'm a woman.
Outside, ordinary Afghans clamor to talk to us, struggling to process the dizzying speed of Kabul's fall.
Actually, so it's fine that terrorists now basically have a safe haven they can operate and plan their next attack from. If the U.S. didn't do anything, 9/11 would have been at least the U.S.'s problems. No matter how we look at this, the terrorists win, and in 5 to 10 years, people will reflect because crazier shit happened in that time. Most likely worse than 9/11. Yeah, remember when the Taliban did 9/11, dude? That was so crazy. Oh, wait, that's not what fucking happened. As a matter of fact, there were 2 instances, one before 9/11 and one after 9/11, where the Taliban wanted to negotiate with the United States to offer Osama bin Laden to the American authorities, which Bush said, no, we're just going to keep bombing you guys. I don't give a fuck. Okay? So shut the fuck up. Like, we are allied with the royal family that directly funded the 9/11 attacks. 15 out of the 17 hijackers were Saudi nationals. Okay? Osama bin Laden is Saudi Arabian. Those are our allies, though, because they got a lot of fucking oil. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, oh, dude, terrorists have a safe haven. Terrorists have a safe haven all around the world. Okay? They do. You know, as long as they're aligned with the United States government, at least for a particular time. And they align with the United States government for our regional interests. Okay?
Hold on.
Didn't the Taliban now say they plan on attacking U.S. soil? Why would they do that, dumbass? The United States facilitated this deal so that the Taliban could take over the country. Why would they turn around and be like, it's time to attack America now? First of all, they don't even have they don't have the resources to attack America. Okay, that's number one. And number two, why would they unironically attack the country that finally fucking gave them the entirety of Afghanistan? You guys are crazy. Get off your high horse. Why do you always have the shittiest takes? If we just stayed in Afghanistan for a little longer, the Afghan army would have received the blueprints to create the most versatile kusi any army could have dreamed of. Get off your high horse. Jesus Christ, dude.
Hi, Lexi.
But the countries surrounding Afghanistan, especially India, will definitely face much more terrorism and lead to the further rightward shift there. Okay, so here's what I think. And this is pure speculation, and I might be completely wrong on this. But what I think is that we in the United States of America executed this deal with the Taliban when we in the United States of America realized 15 fucking years ago that the Afghan government, the puppet state that we had put together, and the security forces that we were pumping funds into to the tune of $90 billion, were never going to be able to hold off the Taliban. Okay? Because during our invasion and occupation of Afghanistan, the Taliban's influence only grew, and their cause became more justifiable in the eyes of many people who thought that there were outside occupiers coming into their fucking country again in a similar capacity to the USSR. So they thought to themselves, well, if it's inevitable, should we just force the issue and try to get the Afghan government to put a strong front against the Taliban, which is never going to happen? Or should we just give Afghanistan to the Taliban, let them take over peacefully, facilitate a peaceful evacuation and a peaceful, at least bloodshed causing takeover, and allow regional leaders to also engage in similar deals and functionally normalize a Taliban government? The answer is, that's what I think was the ultimate goal for this. And that's why I don't even think that this is going to turn into massive chaos and trouble for India even. But I don't know. It could. It depends on who now tilts the scales in what direction. But as it stands, the amount of like money and weapons the Taliban has is just completely, entirely dependent on the Pakistani-Indian relations. Okay? It depends on what China does. As it stands, though, if you think that they're going to fucking, invade America or some shit like that, you're out of your mind. They're too busy trying to fucking take over and successfully run Afghanistan in the way that they wanted to for a very long time, that they were waiting for. But they were always going to wait out the American occupation.
Keep doing what you're doing, Hasan. Hassle.
But if you believe that, you're as delusional as thinking you can avoid the ads at the top of the fucking hour. Because the top of the hour ad breaks come for all. Okay, it's just a 60-second ad break. But you can avoid it with one simple trick. By the way, eyeliner is an old tradition.
Hassle.
That simple trick is a $5 a month subscription or a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free, of course. Thank you, Iso Solaris, for the 5 get the subs. But if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, uninterrupted, all you need to do is subscribe either for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime if you have an Amazon Prime account, or you can use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. All right, let's keep going.
I feel nothing right now. We want peace. We are tired of this ongoing war.
What does the future look like to you now?
You know, I cannot predict even in seconds right now, and I can't predict even minutes right now. So that's why I don't know what will happen tomorrow and what will happen after.
And that's really what it feels like on the ground. Honestly, John and Brianna, it's anyone's guess as to what the situation on the ground will look like in 2 hours, let alone 2 days.
You're like mainstream media gaining viewers and money when the world is burning. Hey, man, it's not my fault that you did not know of my existence until shit is hitting the fucking fan.
Hey,
you were
Hasan,
in
what's
here
your idea
months
on
ago
bringing people
or even
over
years
who'd like to
ago,
flee right
and you
now?
asked me a question. There was a high likelihood that I would answer you on what my positions are on this issue. But there's a reason why people come here whenever shit's popping off, okay? It's because they know I already have a lot of positions on issues such as this and have offered extensive coverage to issues such as what to do in Afghanistan. And that's precisely why they come in when shit's finally popping off, and that's when they choose to pay attention. So you might feel a little sense of guilt because all of a sudden you're interested in what's going on in the news, but I haven't stopped covering the fucking news.
Let's clap.
Getting mad at me for covering the news, as I literally always do, because you are aware of it for the first time ever now, is completely idiotic. Anyway.
2 months. And that profound sense of anxiety, I think you may not see it on the...
Just an observation, bro. No one is mad at you. It's just a fact, bro. Chill out. Dude, you're a fucking idiot. You can't just be like, oh, it's just a fact, bro. Like, you're implying that I'm not covering the news when shit's not popping off. Like, this is what I do. I cover the news for thousands of individuals who want to be more aware of what the fuck is going on.
Has rant.
Streets, but it's the people who aren't on the streets today that in some ways are the real story. The people that are hiding in their homes, who are petrified to go out, who are worried about being targeted, who fear for their lives, who are too scared to tell their stories, but their stories must be told because in this moment their fear and their desperation is so real, as we saw with those extraordinary images coming from the airport that I don't think any of us will be able to forget anytime soon, John and Brianna.
Clarissa, talk more about that. Who is on the streets and who isn't? And what happens if someone does want to try to go to the airport at this point and get out?
So mainly on the street, I would say it's Taliban, and it's hard to show you, but they're literally everywhere. They're over there, they're over there, they're over there, they're everywhere. And that's how they're able to implement force, implement security, because people are so scared of them. No one is going to fight the Taliban. Then you also have some men on the streets. You have some kids. I have seen a few women, but I will say I have seen far fewer women than I would ordinarily see walking down the streets of Kabul. And the women that you do see walking down the streets of Kabul tend to be dressed more conservatively than they were when they were walking down the streets of Kabul yesterday. I've seen more burqas today than I had seen in a while. Obviously, I am dressed in a very different way to how I would normally dress to walk down the streets of Kabul. So there's a lot of children as well. I think they're more curious than anything else. And you know, it's important to remember as well, the Taliban does have, to many people.
How is this reporter able to openly record and report in Taliban-controlled territory? Okay, I am going to have to repeat myself once again. The Taliban now are the Afghan government, okay? Going forward, think about it as though she's openly on the streets of Saudi Arabia, covering with the Saudi guard behind her, okay? That's what the Taliban is now, okay? So you have to understand that it's not like they're going to be fucking murdering her for doing coverage when they want good PR and they want to normalize their government, okay? It's Taliban's country now, okay? Do you understand? Now, the reason why, let me just say something, for the record. Think about, yeah, they are not ISIS. No, they are not. They have also controlled the government in the past. So, what I'm trying to describe to you here is like, just exercise a little bit of critical thinking, like, oh, that's really interesting that the Taliban are right behind her and yet she is able to, you know, offer this kind of coverage. That's really interesting. I wonder why they're not like immediately murdering her and stuff. Because that's what I am inclined to believe. Okay, normalize oppression and you're in support of that? Okay, I am not in support of the Taliban. But you know what else I am not in support of? America being the referee. Because America being the referee for the past 20 years has led to exactly this moment.
Pogo.
Pros, a simple question, stop patronizing them? Really? Someone saying that, like, I'm in support of normalizing oppression is just a simple question? Because it doesn't seem like it. It seems very loaded.
Well, this bizarre sort of mystique, John. People are intrigued by them. Some people here genuinely.
I love this. So Hamas equals good, but Taliban equals bad. It's the same thing. Oh my God. I have to repeat myself over and over and over again. Neither of these organizations are fucking good, okay? Both of these organizations, on the other hand, are, in some instances, maybe not as the Taliban, but definitely for Hamas, especially in the Gaza Strip, are considered the only fucking organization that is looking out for the welfare of the individuals that are right there, that are immediately in their region. Okay? Oh my God. It's very difficult for some of you to understand this very basic concept.
Remember as well, the Taliban
Thank you for the 31 subs, by the way.
Why is that reporter talking to Bosti?
Mert Baba for the 31 subs. Oh, fucking horny Turk.
Have, to many people, this bizarre sort of mystique, John. People are intrigued by them. Some people here genuinely see them as heroes. And so it's a very odd cocktail that you find on the streets of Kabul, with so many people hiding and other people peeking out to see what comes next, and nobody really knowing what on earth to expect.
We're understanding, you know, it's hard to see how those folks who are holed up can get out, even if they are perhaps, candidates for getting out, Clarissa. Some of them may qualify for P1 or P2 visas. I know personally of people who are awaiting status checks on those applications, and it appeared that they would be able to get out of Kabul, but now Kabul has fallen. It doesn't appear that there is a plan for the U.S. government to provide safe passage for many of those people from their homes where they're holed up to the airport. Can they get out without that, Clarissa?
The problem you have now, there's definitely no plan in place to try to evacuate these people safely, okay? The U.S. is really barely able to
You said the Taliban offered Osama bin Laden to Bush. Then why did the UAE cut ties with the Taliban? Because they refused to give up Osama? That's a really interesting perspective. You really think that I'm going to be a fucking supporter of the decisions of the United Arab Emirates government here? Are you fucking delusional? Is this, I mean, you might be, this might literally be the first time that you've actually been here. There were members amongst the governing branch of Afghanistan that 1000% did not want U.S. invasion, U.S. bombing campaigns. They wanted to negotiate with the United States on the conditions of releasing Osama bin Laden, either through to a third country or to the United States directly. Those negotiations processes never started because Bush was like, we're not negotiating with terrorists. And they wanted to continue bombing Afghanistan and then also invade Afghanistan, which everyone was horny for at the time. Okay? I don't give a fuck what the UAE had to say about this matter. They are literally, and not dissimilar to Turkey in many respects, a dog to American imperialist interests. They will literally sell out their own people, which they routinely do regardless, for a fucking F-35 plane that they probably will never even fly. Okay?
To keep a hold on the situation at the airport right now, let alone trying to extend some kind of corridor for people to leave through. So that is simply out of the question. The other problem you have is that there's this crush of humanity descending on the airport, vehicles clogging both lanes of traffic, scenes of people firing in the air to stop a sort of stampede almost. People have been shot by stray bullets. It's absolute pandemonium at the airport. And if you don't have your visa ready, if you don't have your passport ready, because a lot of people were trying to prepare for this moment, Brianna. We saw it yesterday, long lines outside the passport office, but no one imagined that it would happen this quickly, that they would have a matter of hours to pack up their lives, get together their paperwork, book a ticket, get to the airport. I mean, it's completely unfeasible.
The Saudi businessman who recruited Mujahideen now uses them for large-scale building projects in Sudan. Robert Fisk met him in Almaty. Anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Well. Who is that guy? Standing tall at like 6'4", by the way. He was a tall motherfucker. Who is that Saudi businessman, dude? We should bomb Afghanistan more to find out.
3 months following the hottest streamer on politics.
He was brave. He was anti-Soviet. That's all you need to know, baby. You guys recognize him? Who's that Pokemon? I can't read this because I will never register to the Independent. I refuse. And he operated from Afghanistan. How can you not fathom that? Yeah, it's real weird that he was in Pakistan though for many years actually, and not from and it wasn't in Afghanistan. So strange. I think we should keep bombing the entirety of this foreign nation and permanently occupy it and keep giving and bring in our own fucking psychopathic warlords into areas where the current warlords don't want to comply with us. And only then, and give them bags of fucking cash, and only then maybe we can find Osama bin Laden, dude. Sounds like a good idea. Oh, wait. We literally know it was a bad idea, dude. We know. You know why? Because we have the benefit of hindsight. But you're still so fucking blinded that, like, you refuse to look at the benefit of hindsight that you currently have.
Appreciate you.
Taliban took over Afghanistan in 72 fucking hours, okay? They literally took over the entirety of the Afghan government in 72 fucking hours. How stupid do you have to be like, oh, dude, it was all still justifiable. What we did in Afghanistan was justifiable. It fucking wasn't. And it still isn't. And it will never be. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier. Yes, Bush rejects Taliban offer to hand bin Laden over. Taliban demand evidence of bin Laden's guilt. Second week of airstrike starts, and Taliban urges U.S. to halt bombing. And now they have a safe haven for more terrorists. So yeah, great thing, right? Dude. I don't know how to answer your fucking dumbass take. Because we create terrorists. We allow other countries like the one most responsible for 9/11 to be our greatest ally. We give them billions of dollars of weapons under Democratic presidencies and Republican presidencies. The random fucking country of Afghanistan has less to do with 9/11 than Saudi Arabia. And yet we have done nothing to Saudi Arabia and only continued to give them guns and weapons, which also land in the hands of Al-Qaeda. Okay? I don't know if you know that. Al-Qaeda, are you familiar with that? Because they're engaging in ongoing war in Yemen using our guns and our rocket systems. Okay? Saudi Arabia is doing that. The country that has more to do with 9/11 than any other country is literally doing that right now.
LFG.
You do not give a fuck about stopping terrorists or whatever you are, whatever your delusional fantasy is. Okay?
Wide people happy.
You make it as if no intervention from any country is ever positive, or that there are no negatives with leaving certain countries to develop incredibly corruptly. Surely there's some global responsibility, rather letting some poor individuals grow up in terrible... Dude, American intervention is never for positive reasons, okay? Stop with this, like, civilizing force, imperialist, colonialist attitude. It's just not. Like, you're fucking delusional. You're absolutely, completely, without a doubt, wrong and delusional if you think that America has ever been a civilizing force in the Middle East, ever. Okay?
Chatters be like, hey Hasan, I have a simple and not at all loaded question. Why do you support terrorists?
The situation with Afghans falling off fucking planes and having to be scraped off of rooftops in Kabul is a direct example of American interventions not being a force for good.
I think I love you, or at least your brain.
I don't want to hear from the fucking Balkans in the chat, okay?
Put the banner up, Kirk.
Stop linking me the videos, the harrowing videos of Afghans falling from planes because they were hiding in the fucking tires of said planes to escape Kabul, okay? I don't want to see that, and I'll get banned for it, okay? I don't know why you want to see, like, gore porn.
Yee boy.
President George Bush rejected as non-negotiable an offer by the Taliban to discuss turning over Osama bin Laden if the United States ended the bombing in Afghanistan. Returning to the White House after a weekend at Camp David, the president said the bombing would not stop unless the ruling Taliban turned bin Laden over, turn his cohorts over, turn any hostages they hold over. He added, there's no need to discuss innocence or guilt. We know he's guilty. In Jalalabad, the Deputy Prime Minister Haji Abdul Kabir, the third most powerful figure in the ruling Taliban regime, told reporters that the Taliban would require evidence that bin Laden was behind the September 11 terrorist attacks in the U.S., but added, we would be ready to hand him over to a third country. The offer came a day after the Taliban supreme leader rebuffed Bush's second chance for the Islamic militia to surrender bin Laden to the United States. Mullah Muhammad Omar said there was no move to hand anyone over. Taliban ready to discuss bin Laden's handover if bombing halts. The Taliban would be ready to discuss handing over Osama bin Laden to a neutral country if the U.S. halted the bombing of Afghanistan, a senior Taliban official said today. Bush said, we will not negotiate with terrorists, very famously, and said, fuck it, we're going to keep bombing you guys, and also we're going to invade you guys. Pretending like the Taliban would have accepted the evidence if presented law. Is this for real? Hey, guess what, motherfucker? Guess what? We will never know. We will never know if they would have accepted the evidence or if they were, but it seems like they were able to, they were interested in sending or extraditing Osama bin Laden to a third country. But you can only operate on hypotheticals.
Yo, at HasanAbi, you were on MSNBC the other day. Why you no come on my show to TRMS?
Right, so stop bombing first, then we'll turn him over. You believe that? Why? Why wouldn't they?
Thanks for the awesome takes.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they literally fucking, why? To continue the bombing if they don't turn him over? Don't you think that that's better? Don't you think that that would have been a better situation? You motherfuckers asked me, how could this have been dealt with better? And I show you, and you're like, no, it doesn't matter, dude. You can't trust the Taliban. So you're basically the same. Like, you're literally the same kind of psychopath that would have justified it 20 years ago, and it still continues to justify it after the fact, dude. What's wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? How about other countries start treating us like the way we treat them? How about that? You probably wouldn't fucking like that, would you? What the fuck are a bunch of goat herders gonna do to the United States of America, dude? Are you fucking psychotic? I mean, you are psychotic. You are a bloodthirsty psychopath. Oh man, if we stopped the bombing, there would have been a 9/11-2 electric boogaloo, dude. Yeah, right? Totally, dude. Bro, that's racist though? Really? That's racist? I'm sorry for the soft bigotry of low expectations that I engaged the Afghan collective military might. That was a bunch of fucking tribes at the time. Sorry for undermining the Afghan military superpower that could have targeted America when they literally did not do anything about 9/11 or were not responsible for 9/11 at all. Where is that guy? Joe Pags? Is that his name? Who is this guy who's like in my chat with the fucking check mark? It's like another streamer who's like talking a bunch of idiotic bullshit.
Sag.
Meet Joe Pags, the syndicated.
Hey, thanks a lot for stopping.
Oh my God, what a fucking loser, dude. Yo, go get your clout somewhere else, you fucking conservative dipshit. Nationally syndicated radio, TV talk show. Get the fuck out of my chat, dumbass. I mean, this motherfucker is unironically old enough to know better. Holy fucking shit, dude. Interesting take. For sure, you should come on my show. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, you clout goblin.
$4 were who?
These are all moot arguments. The point was never successful nation building or catching bin Laden. The point was resource extraction of oil and rare minerals and forever fund the Pentagon and the military industrial complex. True. Yes. In many respects, with what the American government actually wanted to do in Afghanistan and Iraq, sorry, I almost said Iran, it was a massive success. Permanent war, natural resource extraction. There's a reason why the USSR also saw Afghanistan as an important fucking area to take over. There are mineral maps that the USSR had since the fucking 80s. We only recently found out how incredibly resource dense Afghanistan was with respect to all of these like rare minerals. But you know, it's been known for a long ass time. So yes, the war in Afghanistan was a perfect success. I think this is like a really fucking silly, just like a really dumb way to look at it. Just like showing Northrop Grumman, Raytheon. We get it. Like, yes, they all made a fuckload of money. Okay? So stop with this like silly bullshit. There is no honorable cause in American imperialism. There never has been. It's just about It's just about the bottom line of American corporations that fuel the military-industrial complex and the military machine. What percentage of your life in the U.S. has been at war by birth year?
Yo, does anyone else think that tall businessman in the newspaper looks familiar?
As a byproduct of all the horrible motives behind why the U.S. went to Afghanistan, women and minorities get real rights as they absolutely would have in the past 20 years. Isn't it worth it? No, the fuck it's not, dude. Because that is a delusional take. It's not true. It's 100% not true, especially because women and minorities did not get real rights in Afghanistan under the U.S. occupation. What fucking rights did they get? Because a couple people in Kabul were able to go to fucking college and get like a I don't know, critical gender theory education. Does not mean that like women by and large got fucking a boatload of rights. Okay? Their situation is going to be worse now, especially in places like Kabul. But the real way to do this is by offering Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan true sovereignty, not by putting on a fucking puppet state and looking the other way when that same puppet state unironically fucking is like, or the military of that same puppet state that you're supposed to be training for $90 billion is like raping little fucking kids. It's so stupid, dude. Oh. Charlie stays unhinged.
President Joe Biden's Department of Defense will accept 30,000 Afghan refugees in military installations following the collapse of Kabul. Boom. Political
Epic
transformation.
Pogo.
Let the country crumble. Do you know there's 5 million displaced people in Afghanistan now? This was all intentional. Joe Biden let it fall apart to now say, oh, I'm so sorry. I guarantee.
Cloud Goblin, I'm on 150 radio stations with 5 million listeners. Congrats on building your Twitch page. Why ban a guy for asking logical, real questions? What on earth, man? I honestly invited you onto my radio show. Twitch is a hobby for me. Wow, says Joe Talk Show.
I guess a Modern Warfare 2 remastered multiplayer would be too controversial now. Dang.
He says, I live by MLK's dream. You can't cancel me.
15 months Pogo.
He said, what is a Cloud Goblin? All right, let's keep going.
To you, Joe Biden's speech this afternoon will talk about refugee assistance and relocation support. Now, Joe Biden's going to be scrambling to make good on it, and the liberal media will love it. They'll say, oh, yes, okay, now I get it. Joe Biden is now fixing his own problem. Joe Biden is stepping up, and he's allowing a flow of people from the Middle East into America. Thank you.
Wait, I don't get it.
1 year.
Dude, this dude is all over the place. Like, Trump said he wants fucking Afghan refugees. What's going on? Someone should inform Charlie Kirk that his take is now outdated. Donald Trump made it seem like he was interested in bringing Afghan refugees into the country. As we found out earlier today, that's what he was saying. So is Charlie Kirk against that now? That's crazy. That's wild. Except the GOP is also removing the, pages where Donald Trump was praised for the historic negotiations that they fucking engaged with that the Biden administration simply executed. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's going on here. Stupid liberal median person, you homophone, you got me.
7 months Pog. Nice hairdo, you look amazing.
Thank you, Joe Biden. You're such a hero, you're so benevolent, you're so respectful, you're so compassionate. Do you see what's going on here? What's going on here is Joe Biden wants a couple 100,000 more Elon Omars to come into America to change the body politic permanently. We're playing checkers, and they're playing chess.
Oh, this is yeah, I have another thread from this guy that is on the docket. That's where I got the Donald Rumsfeld. That's where I got the declassified Donald Rumsfeld email that was on my Instagram story this morning for those of you who saw, where Donald Rumsfeld's like, I don't know who the fucking enemy is. It is like 2 years in to This is 2 years into, like, dude, there's so much to cover. Oh my god, I'm like getting.
I've been camping for 4
I'm like
days.
losing
Your
my
hair is
fucking
gone
mind
and
here.
The Taliban have taken over. Coincidence?
One moment they say Biden is dementia-ridden old man. The next they're saying he's playing 5D chess and crumbling Afghanistan on purpose just to get more Dem votes. Yeah.
Poop.
Mike Prysner is going to come after the Joe Biden video is over. Joe Biden is going to go live soon.
Almost a year now.
And we are going to watch him describe the situation in Afghanistan, Jack. I said we're going to cut the malarkey. We're cutting the malarkey. We cut it so good. And then after that, we'll have Mike Prysner on to talk about a veteran's point of view, an anti-war veteran's point of view who's part of the PSL. Like, he's fucking a dope.
For the vast majority of Afghans. And so they are now left in this desperate situation, petrified for their lives. They are being assured officially by the Taliban that there's a blanket amnesty, even for people who worked with the government, even for people who worked with security forces. But it doesn't take a genius to realize that for a lot of people...
I don't know how many people the Taliban have killed in Kabul so far. It seems like, according to on-the-ground reports that I've listened to thus far, that they haven't fired a single fucking shot. But some people did fire a shot. Some people being the American military that is now on Kabul. They killed 3 people last night, according to reports on the ground. The additional troop presence at the Kabul airport, you know, decided to have one big final huzzah because of the fucking chaotic situation that is down there. Yeah. 3 people have died so far. And he's going to be live in 10 minutes. You guys are saying that.
Hi.
You dream about having 5 million listeners like the nationally syndicated 150 radio station Radio God known as Joe Pagliarulo. He also is a 2-time divorced dad of 2 terrible gremlin children, 2 lost streak in a divorce court. I fucking hate family court. You kidding me?
1 year hassle, love you chat hassle.
I got a big fucking losing streak over here. Is it conspiratorial to say this withdrawing was kind of on purpose to increase and revitalize war and occupation support back home? Yes and no. I personally think that it is a double whammy. I think that it's good for revitalizing the necessity for the civilizing force that is American imperialist forces, okay, in these barbarian lands. Because, like, look what's going on now. The people are in a state of disarray. Let's not talk about, you know, what our actions and inaction has led to in the region. But then it's a double whammy because dude, please stop fucking linking me the goddamn Joe Pags Twitter thread. Also, you guys didn't have to ban him.
I can't find the clip or a quote of Bush saying we don't negotiate with terrorists. Which is weird because I think we all have memory of him saying it in a video.
No mass attacks by the Taliban yet, but people on the ground who could be victims, so biased, but they are now reporting that the Taliban are going door to door. 2 sources, the Fox News reporter is on their hard side, but DOD friendly. Yeah, Jennifer Griffin says, just received first-hand account that the Taliban have already started going house to house in Kabul to look for any Afghan special forces who fought alongside the U.S. military. The Taliban have all records of those who served from the KKA, the AFG special forces. We don't know what's going on there yet. I doubt that they are going to offer any sort of fucking amnesty to the Afghan security forces. They're probably going to murder them. Taliban has now started searching door to door looking for government officials, former police and security forces members, and those who worked for foreign countries, NGOs, or infrastructures in Afghanistan. At least 3 journalists' houses were searched within the last hour. Trouble is now becoming deadly. This is a game changer for all. Many have started counting their final hours of life in Kabul. Nobody knows what happens next. Pray for us. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's real or not. But it conflicts with the reporting that I've... I mean, look, everything changes. Like, things are changing immediately and fast. So they could start doing that. Do not get me wrong.
1 month for every year we were in Afghanistan.
See the people who fell off the USAF plane trying to leave with the military? Yes, I did. I did see that.
People.
Genuine question, you say Taliban was not responsible for 9/11, but they have strong ties to Al-Qaeda?
Currently working the day shift at Kabul's last McDonald's.
So do
Pray
we.
for
What
me.
the fuck? Like, we have stronger ties to Al-Qaeda than the Taliban does. What do you mean? The Taliban spokesperson reply of general amnesty came after that accusation. Yeah, that's but they've been saying general amnesty overall from the start.
Yo.
Do you already have the
our
Jimmy Dore and Tucker
greatest
Carlson
sale.
on their anti-war views clips queued up? No. Okay. We're still waiting on Joe Biden. I'm going to give you guys more detailed breakdown of why this was inevitable, as I've talked about before. I've already talked about George W. Bush refusing to negotiate with the Taliban, saying we're not going to negotiate with terrorists. We're going to keep bombing. We've talked about how the anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Yeah, he put his army on the road, all right. We showed the CNN coverage that Republicans lost their minds over. I briefly talked about the Chris Evans CIA propaganda.
Well, we could make sure that.
Here's Chris Wallace throwing Mike Pompeo's past praise for the Taliban back in his face. Mike Pompeo literally said, there's a side-by-side tweet, literally said that the Taliban are brilliant negotiators or some shit like that, for the record. And now, of course, he's like, these guys are barbarians. They're butchers. What the fuck? Under the Joe Biden administration.
That a terror attack on the United States did not happen.
Mike Pompeo and Donald Trump are responsible for the negotiation of our Afghan withdrawal. Okay? That's what they negotiated. I don't even have a problem with it. Don't misunderstand me. I think that it could have been dealt or handled a little bit better with respect to communicating to everyone what was actually going on. But I think that they were too cowardly to openly be like, yeah, we're handing the fucking, we're handing the Afghan government to.
Breaking down how America's imperialism is a real thing.
Felix changed his name for you? Oh my God. No, he didn't. He changed his name to Cloud Goblin. Oh no.
Been away for 3 weeks and so happy to be back.
Yeah, yeah, he's a cloud goblin, dude.
Sorry, I'm kind of lost. This feels like this Afghanistan Taliban takeover thing was completely America's fault over decades, multiple presidents crossing party lines. Why are we pointing the finger both ways?
Anyway. Cloud Goblin, Say that to my face, you liberal Taliban lover motherfucker. Oh my God, dude, this is the most powerful man. This dude got more powerful after divorce court than any other conservative ever has. I shake. I cower in fear. I mean, he is fucking jacked. Good for him. Honestly, good for him. He's the most powerful Italian man on the planet.
One year.
Six months ago, you stole my joke from chat and did not give me any credit. You acted like you came up with that joke, and chat went wild for the joke, dropping Keck W and Omegalol left and right. You did me dirty, Hasan. Are you proud of yourself? Shame.
Taliban
Fucking doubt it. I doubt I stole it.
Digits.
And if I did, then that's good. Stop being a cloud goblin, okay? That's all I gotta say to you, bitch. Okay, where were we? Oh, here. Let's see what Mike Pompeo has to say.
We did it in the Philippines. We did it in Syria. We reduced terrorism risk all around the world.
You guys
we would have done
can unban Joe Pags, by the way.
In Afghanistan as well.
Sufi.
I just want to ask you one more question about your record, though, sir. You were the first American Secretary of State to ever meet with the Taliban, and you talked about how they had agreed to join us in the fight against terrorism. Here you are, sir.
The gentleman I met with agreed that they would break that relationship and that they would work alongside of us to destroy, deny resources to, and have al-Qaeda depart from that place.
Do you regret giving the Taliban that legitimacy? Do you regret pressing the Afghan government to release 5,000 prisoners, which they did, some of whom are now back on the battlefield fighting with the Taliban?
Chris, you make peace with your enemies. The statement that I made that day was absolutely true. You can ask the military leaders on the ground. We did good work to crush al-Qaeda. When we left office, there were fewer than 200 al-Qaeda left in Afghanistan. Chris, we never trusted the Taliban. You can ask them yourselves. We made abundantly clear if they did not live up to...
Wait, that's crazy. We never trusted the Taliban? Hold on a moment. Mike Pompeo... That's so strange, dude. Where everybody, you have that tweet, right? Someone in the chat must have that tweet. Oh, wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. Here's a 2020 photo of Mike Pompeo with Mullah Barabar, who will likely be the new head of state in Taliban Afghanistan. Barabar was in a Pakistani jail until 2018 when the Trump administration got him released. Wait, you have to have the tweet, though. Do you know what the actual tweet that accompanies this photo from Mike Pompeo's account literally was like, these guys are brilliant fucking negotiators. I retweeted it earlier. Oh, here it is. Met with the Taliban political deputy Mullah Barabar to welcome the launch of Afghan peace negotiations.
The U.S. should have never been
The
involved.
Taliban must seize this opportunity to forge a political settlement and reach a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire to end 40 years of war. This effort must be Afghan-led. Biden is not live yet. Shut the fuck up. We are waiting on Biden. Tweets are just public relations, my guy. Wait, what do you mean? What about releasing someone from Pakistani prison so you can start the negotiation process with them? Which, again, I have to repeat myself over and over again. I ultimately do not believe that there was any other fucking way. I don't think that there is no like viable coalition or a viable group beyond the Taliban as it stands in Afghanistan to take over as the Afghan government. They don't have the military. They do not have the organization. They do not have the money. They do not have the funds. Okay? And that's precisely why the American State Department decided that this was very likely the best possible fucking negotiation or the best possible bargain that they could strike in an effort to maintain stability so they can still milk the same mining contracts, just not from the Afghan government, as they are literally getting overtaken in multiple areas by the Taliban militia and instead just get it from a more stable Taliban government, okay? That's what I believe. I believe that this is the reason why they negotiated
Go
this.
watch the new Nick Cage movie called Pig. You'll
Tweets don't mean anything if you're a neocon. Taliban spokesman on MSNBC right now. Imagine someone telling you we'd be here 20 years ago. Says they made an agreement to let the U.S. leave and evacuate people at the airport consistent with what we've seen. The Taliban isn't even fighting them. This is all American incompetence plus Afghan desperation to get out. Claims that Afghan government was spreading rumors the U.S. would take anyone who wanted to leave with no documentation, etc., and that caused the chaos at the airport. Don't know if it's true, but this is why it's good to be able to hear from the other side despite calls to censor. Yeah, here it is side by side, by the way. This is Mike Pompeo when he fucking got Barabar out of the prison and then negotiated with him. This is what happened once the negotiation actually was executed by the Joe Biden administration. The Taliban are butchers. We demanded a set of conditions and made clear the cost we would impose if they failed to deliver. They haven't. The terms we achieved held during our time. This administration has failed. Bullshit. That's unironically what you fucking... That is literally what you negotiated. That's what you negotiated. Guys, Biden is not live at the moment. Either send me a link of Biden actually talking or shut the fuck up. I'm going to start banning you. After decades of conflict, we have come to an understanding with the Taliban on a significant reduction in violence across Afghanistan. This is an important step on a long road to peace, and I call on all Afghans to seize this opportunity.
Poggers. Yo has chud.
Joe Rogan talked about you? I fucking doubt that.
A whole year. Love you and keep your face shaved. I promise it's
Joe
better.
Rogan take? Oh yeah, I made fun of him for posting this. I was like, dude, you're a fucking comedian. Why are you posting a Babylon Bee meme? I wrote under here somewhere, but people unironically thought this was real, by the way. I love that. People are so fucking dumb in his audience.
Hassle.
But yeah, he posted, CNN praises Taliban for wearing masks during attack. It's such a fucking lame-ass boomer meme. Like, how? Come on, dude. You're so much funnier. Sorry, did you say earlier that Osama bin Laden coordinated the 9/11 attacks out of Saudi Arabia? The CNN article says Taliban controlled Afghanistan. Just curious. I might have misheard you. No, I said that Osama bin Laden, while in the hands of the Taliban, certainly was in the hands of the Taliban inside Afghanistan. 1000% is a Saudi is a Saudi national and orchestrated the attacks by getting funding from the Saudi royal family and 15 of the fucking 17 hijackers were Saudis and has significantly more to do with Saudi Arabia than Afghanistan. And that the Taliban negotiated or wanted to negotiate delivering Osama bin Laden to a third country, a neutral third party, or even directly to the United States if they were to stop the bombing campaign. And the United States said no. Okay? Do you not understand that? Yes, there was a moment in time when he was in Afghanistan, but that does not justify bombing the entirety of Afghanistan and putting boots on the ground.
Hassle.
Afghans will see the death, destruction, and destabilization left behind by the American occupant state become radicalized if they haven't already been, sadly. No, of course they are. Dude, I will never cover the, I'm not going to cover the Biden press conference. I'm just not going to cover it. I hate you guys, and I hate the news, and I hate Joe Biden, and I'm not going to cover it on purpose. I mean, don't even stare at the screen that says we are waiting on him right now. Don't even stare at the screen. Don't look at it. Just hear my voice, okay? And make assumptions about what I will and won't do. Clearly, I'm waiting for it. Here, we'll open up a stream where we're just waiting
we could
for
talk all day or all week about all those pitfalls and how the Bush administration's actions led up to that. But it is.
Anyway, another thing I need to show you guys. Damn, if only someone had that opinion 20 years ago. A nation challenge, the protest. Marchers oppose waging war against terrorists. Several thousand protesters demonstrated here today against any military offensive in response to September 11 terrorist attacks in New York near Washington. Sporting buttons that said, "Don't turn tragedy into war," and "Our grief is not a cry for war." The mostly young crowd tried to walk a fine line between showing respect for the thousands of people killed in the attacks and outrage at what they knew of the Bush administration's war plans. Look at the coverage from the New York Times on this matter, by the way. In contrast, an anti-war march here on Saturday led to the arrest of 11 protesters. Wow. That protest had originally been planned against the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, whose annual meetings were postponed after the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Police officers used pepper spray to control some of the crowd.
They tried to do the right thing, Saj.
In speeches and pamphlets, the anti-war message today was as complicated at times as the war it is trying to prevent. In speeches and pamphlets, the anti-war message today, several protesters argued that even American diplomacy was wrong-headed because the administration refused to call the attacks a criminal act and instead considered them an act of war. Ernie Wells, 28, a picture framer from Danbury, Connecticut, said he traveled here with 50 other demonstrators who believed it would be better to find the terrorists and bring them to justice at the International Criminal Court than to send the military to bomb their training camps. This isn't war. It is a crime against humanity, so we should take it to the International Criminal Court, Mr. Wells said, adding that he knew the United States had refused to join court. Justin Davis Metzner, 29, a Howard University student, came with his mother, Jackie Davis, who had been a part of the anti-war and civil rights movements in the 1960s and 70s. I wanted the world to see that not everyone in the United States wants a war of revenge, said Mr. Davis Metzner, looking at his mother. Ms. Davis said, "I'm here because I'm one of the original peaceniks. I can't stay away when there is talk of war." For the record, these people were the 10%. 90% of Americans at the time wanted to retaliate in Afghanistan. When people tell you, like, there's no one out there, it's not true. There were also people like now disgraced liberal CIA member, DNC CIA member, Cenk Uygur, Chunk Yogurt, my uncle. There were people like the Majority Report, Sam Cedar. There were these individuals who were expressly anti-war and have been for a very long time. They were, of course, there wasn't a lot of coverage around the issue. There was Barbara Lee as well in Congress.
6 months, nice.
There was Mike Gravel. But outside of a few individuals, the entire nation was gearing up for war. And those calls for war, those war drums were being banged the absolute loudest from mainstream media. That very same mainstream media that still gives, allows or employs, rather, the direct fucking murderers and war criminals that worked within the George W. Bush administration and has played a significant role in allowing them to change their image and to make themselves look like they were totally fine. You're white, stop talking, bruh, says you're a clunt. How are you named Hasan, but you're white? It does not compute. What the fuck?
Happy Monday, everyone.
Good take, man. Incredible.
Hasan, what do you know about rolling deep?
I'm not white, I'm Italian. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Just kidding, I'm Turkish, and I am white to some, and not white to others. Before we invaded, we had a lot of special forces in the country working with the Northern Alliance and doing work to topple the Taliban. Realistically, that was probably the best option, but hindsight is 2020, and neocon hawks wanted an invasion. Comrade Chernoff brings up a really interesting point that I also wanted to mention. The Northern Alliance and their lack of interest in any sort of engagement on Afghan soil. And also, the handsome, tall lad that you see before you on this screen. Shouts out to True Anon for pointing me in the direction of this article that I'm going to show you now. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? The Taliban originally offered to turn bin Laden over to a Saudi-based moderate Muslim organization for trial. This was before 9/11. Okay? But the U.S. wanted to invade and occupy for different reasons. On 9/4, Bush held a cabinet meeting about military action against Afghanistan. But the U.S. plan could not proceed because the head of the Northern Alliance, Ahmed Shah Massoud, was dead set against U.S. troops in Afghanistan. The problem vanished on 9/9/2001 when Massoud was assassinated by al-Qaeda suicide bombers who gained access to Massoud by way of an introduction letter drafted at the request of a terrorist convict in the United States known as the Blind Sheikh Abdul Rahman. Given that Abdul Rahman was under surveillance and that authorities knew about the drafting of the letter, there is considerable reason to suspect that the U.S. deep state actors at the very least allowed the Massoud assassination to proceed. The Bush cabinet on 9/10 had a follow-up meeting to the 9/4 meeting in regards to Afghanistan war plans. Then on September 11, 2001, they no longer needed to have such a meeting. Twitter sources confirm. Well, aside from Twitter sources from conspiracists and whatnot, we also do know, once again, that the Taliban were willing and able to negotiate with the Bush administration on conditional release to either a third party or directly to the United States if the bombing campaign had stopped. So even before 9/11, but also after 9/11, call XQC. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I can't call you right now. I'm waiting for Joe Biden, the fucking president of the United States, to come on right now. I can explain everything to you afterwards, but I can't do that currently. Like, I literally have to, I'm going to watch Joe Biden speak first, and then afterwards. Oh, there he is. That's the covert action link, article link. Here it is, boys.
Unfolding situation in Afghanistan.
Let's watch what he has to
The
say.
developments that have taken place in the last week and the steps we're taking to address the rapidly evolving events. My national security team and I have been closely monitoring the situation on the ground in Afghanistan and moving quickly to execute the plans we had put in place to respond to every constituency, including and contingency, including the rapid collapse we're seeing now. I'll speak more in a moment about the specific steps we're taking, but I want to remind everyone how we got here and what America's interests are in Afghanistan. We went to Afghanistan almost 20 years ago with clear goals. Get those who attacked us on September 11th, 2001, and make sure al-Qaeda could not use Afghanistan as a base from which to attack us again. We did that. We severely degraded al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. We never gave up the hunt for Osama bin Laden, and we got him. That was a decade ago. Our mission in Afghanistan was never supposed to have been nation building. It was never supposed to be creating a unified, centralized democracy. Our only vital national interest in Afghanistan remains today what it has always been: preventing a terrorist attack on America's homeland. I've argued for many years that our mission should be narrowly focused on counterterrorism, not counterinsurgency or nation building. That's why I opposed the surge when it was proposed in 2009 when I was vice president. And that's why, as president, I'm adamant that we focus on the threats we face today in 2021, not yesterday's threats. Today, the terrorist threat has metastasized well beyond Afghanistan. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq, and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. These threats warrant our attention and our resources. We conduct effective counterterrorism missions against terrorist groups in multiple countries where we don't have permanent military presence. If necessary, we'll do the same in Afghanistan. We've developed counterterrorism over-the-horizon capability that will allow us to keep our eyes firmly fixed on the direct threats to the United States in the region and act quickly and decisively if needed. When I came into office, I inherited a deal that President Trump negotiated with the Taliban. Under his agreement, U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just a little over 3 months after I took office. U.S. forces had already drawn down during the Trump administration from roughly 15,500 American forces to 2,500 troops in country. And the Taliban was at its strongest militarily since 2001. The choice I had to make as your president was either to follow through on that agreement or be prepared to go back to fighting the Taliban in the middle of the spring fighting season. There would have been no ceasefire after May 1. There was no agreement protecting our forces after May 1. There was no status quo of stability without American casualties after May 1. There was only a cold reality of either following through on the agreement to withdraw our forces or escalating the conflict and sending thousands more American troops back into combat in Afghanistan, lurching into the third decade of conflict. I stand squarely behind my decision. After 20 years, I've learned the hard way that there was never a good time to withdraw U.S. forces. That's why we're still there. We were clear-eyed about the risk. We planned for every contingency, but I always promised the American people that I would be straight with you. The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated.
May 1. D.
Yeah.
So what's happened?
They said 6 months.
Afghanistan
It took
political leaders
72
gave up
hours, motherfucker.
and fled the country. The Afghan military collapsed, sometime without trying to fight. If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision.
I.e. 2 months. Thanks
American
for
troops
all
cannot and should not be fighting in a war and dying in a war that Afghan forces are not willing to fight for themselves. We spent
Jack was
over
primed
$1
for
trillion.
some crime, Malarkey Jack.
We trained and equipped an Afghan military force with some
We overlooked child rape.
300,000 strong.
We even let him do
Incredibly well
child rape, Jack.
A force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO
True.
allies. We gave them every tool they could need. We paid their salaries, provided for the maintenance of their Air Force, something the Taliban doesn't have. Taliban does not have an Air Force. We provided close air
they have
support.
Black Hawk helicopters now.
We gave them every chance to determine their own future. What we could not provide them was the will to fight for that future.
They do have one now.
There's some very brave and capable Afghan special forces units and soldiers.
Our baby is doing well.
But if Afghanistan is unable to mount any real resistance to the Taliban now, there is no chance that 1 year, 1 more year, 5 more years,
He's right.
or 20 more years,
He's literally right.
U.S. military boots on the ground would have made any difference.
All jokes aside, he's right.
Here's what I believe.
It's
to my
100%
core.
true.
It is wrong to order American troops to step up when Afghanistan's own armed forces would not. The political leaders of Afghanistan were unable to come together for the good of their people, unable to negotiate for the future of their country when the chips were down. They would never have done so while U.S. troops remained in Afghanistan, bearing the brunt of the fighting for them. And our true strategic competitors, China and Russia, would love nothing more than the
I like
United
that he's
States to
shifting the
continue to
blame
funnel
onto the Afghan
billions
people,
of
by the
dollars
way,
in resources
and not like
attention into
what we've done for 20 years
Afghanistan
being
indefinitely.
just dumb as fuck. Like he
When I hosted
briefly
President
alludes
Ghani
to
and
our
Chairman
involvement,
Abdullah at the White House in June,
but he's like, yeah, these
and again
Afghans,
when
they
I
don't want to
spoke
be
by
liberated,
phone
Jack.
to Ghani in July, we had very frank conversations.
Hello, Hasan. I love your
We
pretty
talked
face.
about how
Thanks for 7
Afghanistan
months.
should prepare to fight their civil wars after the U.S. military departed, to clean up the corruption in government so the government could
Hey, Chuck,
function
you've had a good day
for
so
the
far.
Afghan people.
Hassle.
We talked extensively about the need for Afghan leaders to unite politically. They fail to do any of that. I also urge them to engage in
Big
diplomacy,
month, let's go hassle.
to seek a political settlement with the Taliban. This advice was flatly refused. Mr. Ghani insisted the Afghan forces would fight, but obviously he was wrong.
He's like, they lied to us.
So I'm left again to ask of those who argue that we should stay. How many more generations of America's daughters and sons would you have me send to fight Afghanistan's civil war
He's right.
when
He's
Afghan
right.
troops will not? How many more lives, American lives, is it worth? How many endless rows of headstones at Arlington National Cemetery? I'm clear on my answer. I will not repeat the mistakes we've made in the past. Mistake of staying and fighting indefinitely in a conflict that is not in the national interest of the United States, of doubling down on a civil war in a foreign country, of attempting to remake a country through the endless military deployments of U.S. forces. Those are the mistakes we cannot continue to repeat because we have significant vital interest in the world that we cannot afford to
We're
ignore.
too focused on doing the same in Cuba, Jack.
I also want to acknowledge how painful this is to so many of us. The scenes we're seeing in Afghanistan, they're gut-wrenching, particularly for our veterans, our diplomats, humanitarian workers, for anyone who has spent time on the ground working to support the Afghan people. for those who have lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and for Americans who have fought and served in the country, serve our country in Afghanistan. This is deeply, deeply personal. It is for me as well. I've worked on these issues as long as anyone. I've been throughout Afghanistan during this war, while the war was going on, from Kabul to Kandahar to the Kunar Valley. I've traveled there on 4 different occasions. I met with the people. I've spoken to the leaders. I spent time with our troops. And I came to understand firsthand what was and was not possible in Afghanistan. So now we're focused on what is possible. We will continue to support the Afghan people.
Thanks for this dream.
We will lead with our diplomacy, our international influence, and our humanitarian aid. We'll continue to push for regional diplomacy and engagement to prevent violence and instability. We'll continue to speak out for the basic rights of the Afghan people, of women and girls, just as we speak out all over the world. I've been clear that human rights must be the center of our foreign policy, not the periphery. But the way to do it is not through endless military deployments. It's with our diplomacy, our economic tools, and rallying the world to join us. Now, let me lay out the current mission in Afghanistan. I was asked to authorize, and I did, 6,000 U.S. troops to deploy to Afghanistan for the purpose of assisting in the departure of U.S. and allied civilian personnel from Afghanistan, and to evacuate our Afghan allies and vulnerable Afghans to safety outside of Afghanistan. Our troops are working to secure the airfield and to ensure continued operation of both the civilian and military flights. We're taking over air traffic control. We have safely shut down our embassy and transferred our diplomats. Our diplomatic presence is now consolidated at the airport as well. Over the coming days, we intend to transport out thousands of American citizens who have been living and working in Afghanistan. We'll also continue to support the safe departure
What about the
of civilian
McDonald's in
personnel,
Kabul, Jack?
the civilian personnel of our allies who are still serving in Afghanistan.
This is going to be so bad
Operation
for his approval
Allies
rating.
Refugee, which I announced back in July, has already moved 2,000 Afghans who are eligible for special immigration visas and their families to the United States. In the coming days, the U.S. military will provide assistance to move more SIV-eligible Afghans and their families out of Afghanistan. We're also expanding refugee access to cover other vulnerable Afghans who worked for our embassy. U.S. non-governmental agencies or U.S. non-governmental organizations and Afghans who otherwise are at great risk, and U.S. news agencies. I know there are concerns about why we did not begin evacuating Afghans, civilians sooner. Part of the answer is some of the Afghans did not want to leave earlier, still hopeful for their country. And part of it because the Afghan government and its supporters discouraged us from organizing a mass exodus to avoid triggering, as they said, a crisis of confidence. American troops are performing this mission as professionally and as effectively as they always do, but it is not without risks. As we carry out this departure, we have made it clear to the Taliban, if they attack our personnel or disrupt our operation, the U.S. presence will be swift and the response will be swift and forceful. We will defend our people with devastating force if necessary. Our current military mission will be short in time, limited in scope, and focused in its objectives. Get our people and our allies as safely as quickly as possible. And once we have completed this mission,
what about the
we will
refugees,
conclude
bro?
our military withdrawal. We will end America's longest war after 20 long years of bloodshed. The events we're seeing now are sadly proof that no amount of military force would ever deliver a stable, united, secure Afghanistan, as known in history as the graveyard of empires.
Say inshallah.
What's happening now could just as easily happen 5 years ago or 15 years in the future. We have to be honest. Our mission in Afghanistan is taking many missteps, made many missteps over the past 2 decades. I'm now the 4th American president to preside over war in Afghanistan. 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans. I will not pass this responsibility on to a 5th president. I will not mislead the American people by claiming that just a little more time in Afghanistan will make all the difference. Nor will I shrink from my share of responsibility for where we are today and how we must move forward from here. I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. I'm deeply saddened by the facts we now face, but I do not regret my decision to end America's warfighting in Afghanistan and maintain a laser focus on our counterterrorism missions there and other parts of the world. Our mission to degrade the terrorist threat of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and kill Osama bin Laden was a success. Our decades-long effort to overcome centuries of history and permanently change and remake Afghanistan was not, and I wrote and believed it never could be. I cannot and will not ask our troops to fight on endlessly in another country's civil war, taking casualties, suffering life-shattering injuries, leaving families broken by grief and loss. This is not in our national security interest.
Why does Joe look
It is not what the American people want. It is not what our troops, who have sacrificed so much over the past 2 decades, deserve. I made a commitment to the American people when I ran for president that I would bring America's military involvement in Afghanistan to an end.
This is really interesting.
While
I never thought I would see a president in my lifetime do this.
Yes, far from perfect. I've honored that
overall,
commitment. More importantly, I made a commitment to the brave men and women who serve this nation that I wasn't going to ask them to continue to risk their lives in a military action that should have ended long ago.
My balls are sweaty.
Our leaders did that in Vietnam when I got here as a young man. I will not do it in Afghanistan. I know my decision will be criticized, but I would rather take all that criticism than pass this decision on to another president of the United States, yet another one, a 5th one, because it's the right one, it's the right decision for our people.
8 months, let's go.
The right one for our brave service members who risk their lives serving our nation. And it's the right one for America. Thank you. May God protect our troops, our diplomats, and all brave Americans serving in harm's way.
that was very interesting. That was remarkable. That is not something that you often see from an American president, which is functionally just a puppet for the military-industrial complex's decisions.
Comes less than 30 days before the nation marks
I mean, that's he just basically was like, yeah, we're fucking pulling out. We're pulling out, Jack.
Let's start with James
Love me some
Hellman.
Sleepy
James,
Joe.
He seemed to double down on what he's been saying all
That's
summer long.
it's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's what you.
Out of Afghanistan, that he
That's what you want to hear.
Sending those additional troops to evacuate our allies and other Americans who are there, but that's where it stops. So what is your
Oscord Malding, why?
Well, Rhonda, my takeaway is that was a very
I don't know what the messaging is going to look like for now. Now, the reason why I don't know what the message is going to look like is because, like, he basically stood tall and literally said, like, yeah, we're fucking pulling out, and it's the correct thing to do, and they're right, and he is right. It is the correct thing to do. I'm not continuing the fucking 20 years of devastation that we caused there. Obviously, he didn't take ownership of the previous instability that that the American forces that the American forces basically created in the region, but he was never going to do that. Wasn't Trump saying that the whole time? Yes, and I literally said that Trump pulling out of Afghanistan was good.
Which is, a massive change from kind of where George W.
So I don't know what you guys want from me. I think that it was correct when the Trump administration wanted to do this, and I still think it's correct when the Biden administration is going forward with doing this. So on that note, one, I have to run an hourly ad because I forgot to run it at 1, so I apologize. And I'm going to move on to having Mike Prysner on. And before I do that, I'm going to introduce to you who my guest is. My next guest is I just want to show you one of his videos that I've watched on here many times. I'm just going to do a 1-minute ad here. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, you already know the deal. You can subscribe. He's a veteran. Mike Prysner is an American political activist. He is a U.S. Army veteran who served in Iraq as a corporal, and he has taken a really strong stance. He's a communist. He's fucking awesome. I'm really excited to have him on, and you'll know exactly why once I show you this video, this very famous video of his.
To Democrats, I was looking at them. It was basically an outline
where I'll just fucking show it to you. Here it is.
Sticking to that script, he's not backing down. He emphasized the troops that are being deployed to help get Americans.
I think this is the actual video, right? Yeah, that is the video.
For a very focused mission, he does not.
Hold on, let me fucking turn this off. All right, this is the guest I'm about to have. His name is Mike Prysner, and you've probably seen this video maybe in the past, but you'll understand why I want to have him on. Here it is. And I'm going to run the ad now, too. If you no longer want to see the ads, you can subscribe. If you have a Twitch Prime, it's free. You can subscribe for $5. You can fucking use an ad block or a VPN. But here's the 1-minute ad break now. But that's how you get an ad-free broadcasting experience. Twitch Prime is free if you literally have it. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Here's the video. I just want to show you this before I have him on.
Susan Brothers, thanks everyone for being here. We're from the organization March Forward. We're here to say to all those serving in the Army and the Marines and the Air Force and the Navy that you have the absolute right to refuse to take part in these criminal wars, and that's a right that all of you should exercise. You have no reason to go put your life on the line and kill and die for profit. We've been to Iraq. We've been to Afghanistan. And we know what these wars are really about. And we joined the military for many reasons. Because we need a college education, because we need a job, because we need health care. And then we join the military, and they tell us that our enemies are poor people in caves in Afghanistan, or poor people in the deserts of Iraq. But we've been to those countries, and we know that our enemies are not other poor people abroad. Our enemies are the people that laid us off from our jobs, that denied us health care, that make it impossible to get an education. Our enemies are not in the poorest countries on the planet, but right here in the richest one. The occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan alone are costing over $700 million every single day. This is a crime every single day, while so many of us are hurting. Well, I think all of us here and the vast majority of people in this country would agree that we can spend $700 million a day better than bombing people that we have no reason to bomb. We can spend $700 million a day rebuilding those countries we've destroyed. We can spend $700 million a day caring for the veterans we get home when they get home, and then we can spend $700 million a day giving every single person health care, a college education, a job, and a livelihood, and a home. That's who we need to be spending our money on. But this government is not going to do that. They're not going to use the money in that way. They're not going to end the wars. And they're not going to do it because it's not our government. It's their government. It's the government of the rich. It's the government of Wall Street, of the oil giants, of the defense contractors. It's their government, and the only language that they understand is shutting down business as usual. And that's what we're doing here today, and we're going to continue to do until these wars are over. It's crystal clear now that these wars are going to continue and expand and go into other countries. That is the trend. That is what we know, that there is perpetual war, and it's only going to stop if the people stand up and stop it. And that's what we're going to do, sisters and brothers. A lot of people ask me, what do we do? Because we all know things are bad. We all see the atrocities on TV. We read about it. We experience it. People always ask, what do I do? Because we always want to know what to do. Do we vote? Do we support a politician? Do we join an organization? What do we do? Well, I'll tell you what we do. It's simple. We fight. We fight and we fight and we fight and we shut down our workplaces. We shut down our schools. We shut down the streets. We shut down business as usual. And we fight until we force the people in there to do what the people out here want. Because that's how we're going to get around, and we're going to fight until there's not one more bomb drop, not one more bullet fired, not one more soldier coming home in a wheelchair, not one more family slaughtered, not one more day of U.S. imperialism. So let's fight to make that happen. We can do it today, and in the days ahead, we have to fight to end these wars and create a better world, sisters and brothers.
All right, that is Mike. I hope I don't know if I'm fucking up Mike's last name here. Mike Prysner, who is joining me right now. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, Hasan?
All right, I can hear you. Let me just like adjust your volume. Damn, your setup is fucking actually very serious right now.
I'm in the Empire File studio.
Oh hell yeah! You wanna get a little bit closer to the microphone? Just while I work on this stuff real quick. Okay, let's put it into studio mode. Boom. There it is. Okay. Okay. All right, perfect. Let me just like turn this up and turn you and show you to the people here. I know I just gassed you up super hard by showing your awesome video, and then immediately after that, I'm like doing technical stuff. But here he is, folks. Am I saying your last name right, by the way? Is it Prysner or Prysner?
Prysner, you did it right, man.
Oh, Prysner. Okay, perfect. Mike, do you want to give a little bit of a background on yourself? I mean, you're a filmmaker. You are a producer and writer for the Empire Files. For the co-host of the Eyes Left Pod.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess my qualification to talk about this topic, I'm a producer of the show called The Empire Files, which you can find on YouTube. I made a film with my partner, Abby Martin, called Gaza Fights for Freedom. But, I've been a kind of journalist on the issue of Afghanistan for a long time. In fact, the first article I ever published back in 2008 was about the Afghanistan war, and I've done media work ever since. The Empire Files, done a few documentaries about the Afghanistan war. But I think more so my involvement has been as a veteran. I mean, someone in my, I went to the Iraq War. I was in the Army when 9/11 happened. I had joined like 1 month before the 9/11 attacks. And so I kind of witnessed the 9/11 transformation, while I was still in training. But, all of my, even though I just went to Iraq for a year, all my friends and, people I loved ended up going to Afghanistan. And, going through all of that, but also as an organizer. And so, that speech that you showed in 2010, I'd been a part of organizing actions against the Afghanistan war for years prior to that and many years after, and in particular organizing with active duty soldiers against the Afghanistan war. And so for years I was, going on to army bases and doing outreach to meet soldiers who were opposed to the Afghanistan war and were getting deployed who didn't want to go, working with family members whose loved ones had been to Afghanistan and came home and killed themselves. And so like this kind of really intimately involved with the war throughout the duration and kind of seen it at every point from the very beginning up until, what we just saw Biden do. And it's been a lot of twists and turns. And I think that it's, what we just saw was an end of the war that should have never started. And, when I give that speech in 2010, at that point in 2010, the Pentagon, the politicians, they had already acknowledged there's no possible way for us to win this thing. And they spent the next decade or more just trying to make a bunch of money off it to make the best of a lost war, which made a lot of people rich, but killed a lot of more people who didn't have to die in the process.
Do you want to tell people what happened after you gave that speech?
Yeah, I was arrested. And there was probably like over 100 other veterans who were arrested, including Afghanistan veterans. And we were arrested for demonstrating outside the White House where we shouldn't be. That was probably the third time I was arrested demonstrating against the war. But it wasn't just like I was some unique person or individual. I was always arrested with like 100 other veterans. And, like that speech and others of mine, it's been cool that they've become popular, but I was just kind of one of like a mass movement of soldiers at that time. So as soon as the Iraq war started, there was a real upsurge of people in the active duty military who became opposed to the war and then became activists against it. So I'm just like a product of that generation. That's been true the Vietnam War, pretty much every war the US has fought. There's been a sector of the military that has turned against it. So I'm just one of many who, went through that experience.
Yeah. So I wanted to have you on for obvious reasons today to talk about what's going on in Afghanistan, but I just wanted to give a little bit of background information because there's a lot of new people here. Many people say I'm the gateway to leftist thought. So there's a lot of baby leftists in here. So I just wanted to give a little bit more background. You're an organizer with the PSL as well, right? You are an avowed socialist. Out and about.
Yeah, and actually, that's the funny story. Like, I got out of the army in 2005. I was really mad about the war. I felt really betrayed, lied to, that everything was bullshit that I was told going in, lied to about the Iraq war. And, I came back, really angry. And I didn't realize at the time, but there was like this massive anti-war movement in the streets. And I immediately, that drew me in. So I started organizing like car caravans from Florida to go to Washington, D.C. for these, like the demonstrations were huge, like 100,000 people, 200,000 people would be marching on Washington, marching on the Pentagon to end the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. And, but it wasn't enough for me to like go to the demonstrations. I wanted to like, who's organizing these? And the PSL was one of the groups that I saw being kind of really at the forefront of organizing those actions and mobilizing people with a group called the Answer Coalition. And so that's, that was my gateway in. I felt wasn't enough for me to just show up. I had to try to get other people out. And that kind of defined my life for the next long time.
So you listened to the Joe Biden speech, as we all did, I assume.
Yeah.
What did you think about it overall? Let's get started on that.
I mean, I agree with your reaction that he actually, he held strong. He said, we're going to end the war regardless of the consequences. We're going to get out. And that was good. I mean, it's funny because all of these people that have been like praising Donald Trump when he was in office as like the most anti-imperialist president we ever had. If Donald Trump was still president now and he stood up and gave that speech, there'd all be these headlines. Donald Trump, the anti-imperialist president, the establishment's trying to stop him from ending the war, all this stuff. I'm sure they're not going to be saying that about Biden. But I
think the liberal media, on the other hand, probably still would be mercilessly ripping into Donald Trump in a similar capacity to how they're ripping into Joe Biden right now, saying that like he's horrible and he's personally responsible for everything that's going on in Afghanistan. It's been really surprising seeing that. Not really surprising. Of course, we know that the mainstream media has a massive a boner for warmongering, obviously, but certainly Fox News, you're right, would be talking about how incredible it is that he is, a peaceful dove. And this is his execution, right? I mean, this is, as far as we know, what is going on right now is Joe Biden executing the previous administration's negotiations with the Taliban and the Afghan government.
So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much right. So I think it's Trump's legacy in Afghanistan is a pretty horrible one. I mean, Trump came into office. The U.S. was already drawing down and had intended to pull out anyway. Like the Pentagon knew it eventually had to get out of Afghanistan. Trump comes into office and he not only like triples the number of U.S. troops. So he's credited with removing troops, but he tripled the number of U.S. troops there. U.S. deaths and Afghan deaths started skyrocketing. And Trump actually presided over the most number of civilian casualties 2 years in a row than any other previous year of the war, which is saying a lot. More than the Obama troop surge when like 140,000 U.S. troops alone, plus NATO, plus mercenaries, were flooded through the country. Trump managed to, with his loosening of like restrictions on airstrikes and so forth, just massacred massive numbers of civilians under his tenure. And so to any kind of anti-war cred that Trump gets for negotiating this deal with the Taliban, is kind of wiped away by the huge civilian toll that he took. But the war was lost for a long time. And so, yes, Trump negotiated this, peaceful exit of the United States with the Taliban. And, as Biden said in his speech, he said, if we were not gone by May 1st, we'd have to re-engage in Afghanistan. That was an admission of defeat. Because, the Taliban gave a warning to the U.S. after Trump left office. They said, if you're not out by May 1st, we're going to start triggering mass casualty events for U.S. soldiers. So the U.S. knew that they didn't have the capability to fight that. They had long been defeated by the Taliban on the battlefield. So they knew that they really had to get out. And so I think the interesting thing about Biden's speech is because he's acting like he just came in and inherited this war. I mean, he's been a supporter of the Afghanistan war since the very beginning. He said in his speech even, I was against the troop surge. That's kind of disingenuous. Yes, he was against the troop surge of 70,000 additional troops, but he advocated sending just 20 or 30,000 additional troops, so just a smaller surge, and has never advocated for the full withdrawal of Afghanistan. Even when he was campaigning against Trump, said we need to leave 3,000 or 4,000 troops because we can't abandon the Afghan government. And so I think the important thing for everyone to understand is we never should have been in Afghanistan to begin with. You talked on your stream prior to the Biden speech. You gave a really good report about that. There's no reason to. There's no to get revenge for 9/11, get Al Qaeda, whatever. There's no reason for the U.S. to invade. But let's just look at from the military standpoint. The U.S. had been defeated, knew it had been totally defeated militarily by the Taliban in 2010, 2011. When Obama did this troop surge, he gave the whole rationale. We can win, but we have to beat back the Taliban and then create a stable Afghan government. That completely failed. It completely went up in smoke. If you want, we can talk a little about how badly the U.S. was actually defeated. I don't think people really can grasp how on the ground it was just a total military defeat at the hands of the Taliban insurgency. But they knew in 2010, 2011, they knew that there was no military victory against the Taliban. Even with all that huge surge of 100,000 American troops, they could make zero gains against the Taliban forces. So all this talk that Biden was giving about how many more will die in a war that we can't win, well, they could have. So what was the last 10 years been? The last 10 years has literally been everyone in the Pentagon, the generals, and everyone in Washington. They all knew this, that there is no possible way to win on the ground, and the Afghan military had no capabilities to prevent a Taliban takeover when we leave. They've known that for over a decade. But they figured, well, this is really good for the military because we have all this extra money that we can just dump into developing new weapons, new machinery, all types of expanding our arsenal. And all of that money just goes to defense contractors, to oil companies, all the different war profiteers that make up, the bulk of the big industries in this country. They were all just making a killing off of getting, as I mentioned in that speech, $700 million, $800 million a day of U.S. tax dollars just going straight into the war industry. So the politicians in Washington, they're not dying in Afghanistan. They're not getting their legs blown off in Afghanistan. What the hell do they care? The generals in the Pentagon, the Afghanistan war is good for them. They get to put on a medal every time they go to Afghanistan. They get awards for valor for just sitting back on these bases and not watching dots on the map of their soldiers going and getting killed in random remote valleys that mean absolutely nothing to them. And so it's good for their careers. And then they get out of the military and they go right into jobs on the board of director for defense contractors with all of their war battle-tested experience that they got in Afghanistan. So for the elites, for the Pentagon officers, the Pentagon brass, and for the politicians in Washington, all of their friends in the defense contractor industries, the Afghanistan war was fine. It didn't matter that, a few dozen soldiers were dying every year. They don't care. It's not their families. And so they thought, well, we've obviously lost the war. Let's just keep dragging it out. And maybe somewhere down the line, they knew they were eventually going to leave. And there's been a retreat since 2011. The U.S. has been retreating, but in slow motion. So every year the troop numbers dropped. Every year we restricted back to smaller and smaller areas. The U.S. empire knew it eventually had to leave because it looks pretty bad for the world's most powerful empire to be being defeated on the ground by an insurgency using rifles from 100 years ago. So they knew that eventually they had to get out of the quagmire because it's just doesn't look good for you as an empire. But they figured, there's no rush. We'll make a bunch of money on the way out. We'll build up our military a lot on the way out, and then we'll be ready to turn towards some other target once we fully leave.
Yeah, there is a lot of, for people who don't know this, Afghanistan is ripe with minerals, a lot of natural resources that the American military and other contractors that are American usually were able to extract. That was a fundamental reason for why they stayed for as long as they did, while also, I guess, in some capacity, training the Afghan military forces that, of course, immediately got rolled over by the Taliban. And I personally suspect that, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I talked about this earlier. I don't know if you agree with me on it or not, but I personally think that this was a situation where they were like, look, we are going to get the trillions of dollars of minerals regardless. We might as well do the same contracts with the Taliban so there's actually some stability, and then we can send in, Blackwater or Academy into Afghanistan instead of the American military directly being involved there and doing it themselves. And I thought that, this would be regional stability for everyone if the Taliban were the people that the American government was dealing with, rather than the Afghan government that was never going to be able to push back on the Taliban if they decided to take violent means and kill a bunch of people and eventually and inevitably overtake the government regardless.
No, you're absolutely right. And the U.S. government was trying to negotiate with the Taliban right when they took over through the 90s under Bill Clinton. And they were negotiating because they wanted to build an oil pipeline in Afghanistan. I mean, Afghanistan is an extremely important geopolitical location for resources, neighboring all these oil-rich former Soviet republics. And so the Clinton administration was fine with the Taliban. I mean, there was even groups of Taliban that were flown to Texas to go to the Unocal oil executives' ranch to have meetings about developing these oil pipelines. So the U.S. never had a problem with the Taliban government. But they were just kind of difficult to deal with. They wanted to develop these pipelines, but the Taliban were dragging their feet. They didn't really care about it. And so they were just they weren't the best business partner. And so 9/11, and we can't just look at it in the vacuum of Afghanistan. When 9/11 happened, the United States government said, great, this is perfect. Every government in the region that is not a total client or neo-colony of the United States, now's our ticket to go take them all out. Why did they want to take out the Taliban government? Not because the Taliban had anything to do with 9/11, which they didn't. Not because they weren't cooperating with the U.S. in anti-terrorism operations. They were. The Taliban were just annoying to deal with as business partners. So they figured, we'll just go in Afghanistan, knock down the Taliban real quick, set up a puppet government that's a neo-colony of the United States and will give us all the contracts to mine the minerals and build the oil pipeline. Then we'll go to Iraq and take down that government really easily and then set up a puppet government that'll give us all the oil contracts. Then we'll go to Iran and do the same thing. Syria do the same thing. Lebanon do the same thing. Sudan do the same thing. Somalia do the same thing. I mean, and a lot of those countries Biden named in his speech of places we need to turn towards, not being bogged down in Afghanistan. So that was the goal of the U.S. empire and imperialism in the wake of 9/11, was go to this region, which was like a bastion of anti-imperialism and resistance to U.S. domination, and just this total imperial arrogance to think that they could just go in and easily overthrow these governments and install puppet governments, and then it would just go very easily. And it just shows you just the hubris and the arrogance of the people in Washington and the Pentagon who have so much control over our lives. They're complete idiots. And so it both blew up in their faces. The Iraq War completely blew up in their face. They were totally defeated militarily on the ground and effectively retreated in defeat. And the same thing happened in Afghanistan. But Afghanistan's a little different because they were able to drag it out a lot longer. And it's the same thing with Vietnam. After the U.S. knew they had lost in Vietnam, militarily anyway, of course, still is a lot to gain for the war industry. But instead of just saying, okay, there's no possible way to achieve our objectives, we don't want to kill any more people and we don't want any more people to die, they adopted a strategy called peace with honor, which meant just bombing, killing millions extra people and sending 100,000 or so more soldiers to their deaths before they eventually retreated. And that's what happened in Afghanistan. I mean, there is no reason why they couldn't have left a decade ago. And I remember when Obama, they should have never been there. Leaving a decade ago would have been very popular. I remember when Obama gave his speech announcing the troop surge at West Point and everything. And I was gathered with a bunch of military families, mostly mothers, and whose whose sons were in the military, had been to Afghanistan 4 or 5 times, been to Iraq a bunch of times, and thinking that Obama was going to end the war. And Obama's speech actually turned into, we're escalating the war, but then we're going to end it in 3 years, and by 2014, it'll be over. And it was just this room of all these moms just like sobbing, knowing that they were like so tired. They're done. And here was Obama saying, you got to just stick through it another 4 years, just another 4 years, and then we'll really end the war. And the main rationale, Obama said, we can't leave now. We have to keep sacrificing lives because we can't let the Taliban take over. Now it's like the main reason. We cannot let the Taliban take over, and that's the only rationale to continue fighting. Well, they knew that there was no stopping that. They knew that that wasn't a possibility to defeat the Taliban, but they just lied and kept it going. And I think the Afghanistan papers, which were released in 2019, blows the lid off the whole thing. And for some reason, it implicates Biden. For some reason, it wasn't a big issue in the election campaign. He got asked like one question about it in one of the primary debates. But just what the Afghanistan papers did was showed that the Pentagon, all the commanders in Afghanistan, were saying to the White House, by every metric, we have lost the war and have no possibility of turning it around. And so the Obama administration, the White House, turned back to them and said, well, if we're losing by every metric, create a metric that shows that we're succeeding. And so there's this directive given to just create these kind of fake examples of how, actually there's hope to be had in the Afghanistan war. The people shouldn't turn against it just another couple years and we can turn this around. And it just says everything about the American government. They knew that it was hopeless, but they just kept lying to the people who were having to send their sons and daughters to die and be killed, or kill other people. Kept dropping bombs on poor families in Afghanistan for a mission that they knew they couldn't accomplish. And the whole time, really, they were just like, well, if we kill enough people, then maybe the Taliban will give all these concessions when we leave and allow us to form a unity government where our puppet forces have 50% of the government. So everyone who died in Afghanistan, everyone who died in the U.S. military, it was all just to pressure the Taliban into giving some concessions. And so it's kind of shows that you just can never trust these people.
But there was absolutely zero reason, right? I mean, there was no reason for the Taliban to ever give concessions because they could just wait it out. They already dominated areas outside of Kabul regardless. And even in some instances, they were seen as liberators in areas outside of Kabul regardless, historically. So they already had, all they needed to do was lay back and sit back and wait for the inevitable attrition to get to a point where the American military simply cannot continue occupying Afghanistan. And it did literally happen. That's where we're at now.
No, that's absolutely right. And the Pentagon has known that the whole time. I mean, just an example of how bad the war was lost. I mean, when the troop surge era, when they just sent, it's one thing, casualties are low when the U.S. forces just hold up on these massive bases in Kabul and Bagram and other places where it's very fortified. It's hard to, you can shoot some rockets in there, but even that's hard because it's just all open land ahead of it that's patrolled by drones and everything. But when the U.S. sent its military out to all of these outposts all over the countryside of Afghanistan, I mean, I have a lot of friends who went through this and who were there. I mean, you're talking about, 40 U.S. troops just sent on a hilltop in the middle of the countryside in Afghanistan. And every day, your normal routine would be you'd go on a patrol through the village and through the farmland. The patrol had no purpose other than to say, hey, we're here patrolling. And that's what you do when you've won a war. Just so some generals back in Kabul in the command center could point at a map and say, oh, yeah, look where our soldiers are. We're winning the war. Every time you'd go on a patrol, you'd just be getting shot at from people you couldn't even see. We're 1,000 meters away, just taking pot shots at you and shooting a bunch of your guys. Nothing to shoot back at because you don't even know where they are. On your way back after getting shot at for a few hours and being pinned down in the middle of a grape field or something, someone gets blown up by an IED because the Taliban knows exactly where you're going to walk. During the troop surge, the wounds to genitalia of soldiers increased 95%. That became the number one wound for soldiers was just getting your shit blown off. But then the signature wound really became triple amputees. So 2 legs and an arm became the characteristic wound of just these totally pointless patrols, just going out just for the sake of walking out. So then you go on this patrol every day where someone gets shot, someone gets killed, someone gets their legs blown off. Then you go back to the base and then spend the night under total assault by sometimes you'd have 500 Taliban fighters assaulting a base with 40 US soldiers on it, and almost in a lot of cases actually like overrunning the base, like getting over the wire and having to be killed, Taliban being killed inside the actual American base. And the only thing that prevented just all the bases from being wiped out is the job of US soldiers was just to be basically bait, to be sitting ducks, to draw a Taliban attack, and just stay alive long enough for air support to get there. So once you start getting attacked, you call in the Apaches, you call in the B-52s to just lay waste to the villages and everything that's all around it. And so it's just a completely insane situation. It made absolutely no sense from like a military strategy point of view. The generals knew that it was just completely pointless, but you know what? Every time their soldiers got shot at, you had a major, you had a lieutenant colonel, you had a colonel getting a little award for valor, even though they weren't in the battle, so it was fine for them. And that just proved to be a totally pointless thing. And so after the surge, after us putting out these soldiers as bait everywhere in the middle of nowhere, they eventually said, okay, we'll pull back, and then we'll just, bomb everything to try to exert some kind of pressure. So it's just, I mean, the essence of the war is just a bunch of senseless killing for a mission that they knew was completely hopeless, but they figured, you know what? It's good for our military, it's good for our war economy. So, and there's not a lot of opposition, a lot of pressure for us to end it, so why bother? Let's just keep it going as long as we feel we can.
And then there was also the abysmal failure that I talked about for 4 hours yesterday with respect to our training program of the Afghan security forces, where officers were told by high command to turn the other cheek or look the other way when the routine raping of little kids was happening by the Afghan security forces that we were training. So I do find it additionally laughable when liberal warmongers turn around and say things like, well, what about the women that we were defending when we were out there? When it's like, okay, I mean, the Taliban are brutal. Don't get me wrong. Do not misunderstand me. They are a fundamentalist, a brutal group of militants that are still, in every sense of the word, not demonstrating the will of the Afghan people, even though they are demonstrating it more than having an American puppet state installed, certainly. But the training program overall was a disaster. The government was a disaster. We spent $90 billion on that training alone, and only for them to roll over and completely drop their arms, which are now in the hands of the Taliban, by the way, over the course of a week and of the final 72 hours. So I have a question for you. What do you say to the people who want to continue that? What do you say to the people that want to extend the senseless brutality that we subjected the Afghan civilians to, and also the American military members to? What do you have to say to liberal media? Should we just airdrop, every single person that has talked about how much they need to be there, how much we need to have permanent occupation? That's what I'm thinking. Send fucking every DC wonk consultant that thinks it's a good idea to continue, defending the women of Afghanistan. Just send them out there. Let them, sit on a fucking forward operating base in the middle of Karengal Valley, getting shot at from all directions.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good solution from the beginning of the war. I mean, all the strongest advocates are people. It's easy to advocate for it because you're safe in Washington, D.C. And also, not only that, but you're in such an elite world that you don't have any friends or family members that are being sent to go get killed. I mean, it's funny, the women's rights thing, because I'm wondering, do people think that there were women's rights being advanced anywhere in Afghanistan outside of the American green zone in Kabul? I mean, areas that were under U.S. control, U.S. occupation, there was no change in the religious fundamental nature of what was going on there. It was, and I think people that can imagine that the U.S. military is kind of any kind of force for good or stability in the world. I mean, the most number of civilians, yes, there's a lot of civilians killed in fighting between the U.S. and the Taliban that you could attribute to the Taliban killing, even though it's fighting from a war imposed by the United States. But the majority of civilians are killed by U.S. airstrikes. I mean, to say that the top killer of civilians in Afghanistan, and we're not talking just a few here and there. I mean, I think everyone was following the horror in Gaza, the Israeli siege on Gaza that happened just a few months ago. And it was horrifying because there were families sleeping in their homes, have an Israeli bomb dropped on it, and the entire family is wiped out. I mean, that was a daily occurrence in Afghanistan. It's very important that the Gaza got so much coverage, but there's almost this complete disconnect with the American public and the American media with the kind of things that are being done with our tax dollars in our military. I mean, I don't think people would think that, every other day, the U.S. is dropping a bomb that lands on a house and kills 12 people of the same family, wipes out 3 generations in one airstrike. I mean, that was a typical occurrence by the U.S. military. And, like you mentioned the raping kids, the Afghan forces, the U.S. forces were killing kids. I mean, the CIA in Afghanistan running these death squads, they actually did a couple operations where they went to religious schools, took all these young boys, some as young as like 9 years old, and shot them all in the head, executed them as like a form of terrorism to try to dissuade people from going to these religious schools because one day they could become members of the Taliban if they go to this religious school. So the brutality and the violence of the U.S. occupation, which, no one wants to live under occupation. I mean, just because there's they advocate women's rights, the soldiers occupying you, checking you, patting you down every time you want to go in and out of your house, shooting up your village. They think they're taking fire from it. The risk of a drone being dropped on your house just because you're in the vicinity of some fighting. I mean, the daily existence of life under a country at war and under foreign occupation is pretty devastating. And so I think that people have the picture in their mind, the liberals advocating for what about the women? It's they're really thinking about people in one small area of Afghanistan was a complete fortress by the U.S. and NATO powers, but they don't want to look out. They don't want to look at actually what their government and their military was doing kind of outside that little bubble. And one last thing I'll say about how you said the training operation was went up in smoke, and how that would allowed these Afghan forces to do a lot of bad stuff. A lot of the civilian deaths and a lot of the war crimes and atrocities were carried out by Afghan forces working in concert with U.S. forces. So definitely not the socially progressive beacon of rights that you want to have running and taking over the country. But just to speak to the level of the U.S. defeat there, when the U.S. basically retreated from all the countryside and said, we're just getting our ass kicked out there, there's no reason to be out here, we're just going to go on these bases and just train our proxy forces. Well, U.S. troop deaths went down from IEDs and from being shot, but then the number one killer of U.S. troops became insider killings by the people that they were training. And this huge phenomenon exploded of guys who hated the U.S. just joining the Afghan army. And then a week later, they got an AK on a gun range and they just turn around and shoot the guys that are training them. And so from every angle, the U.S. just completely failed militarily. I mean, they couldn't even say, we're just going to train these soldiers to do the dirty work for us. Then those soldiers started killing them. So it was just a complete disaster.
Yeah, we were watching This Is What Winning Looks Like yesterday, where one of the officers literally was like, we always have to have a gun trained on some of the Afghan forces that we are currently in the process of training, because you don't know who's going to turn around. And I guess, what's the military term for it? Blue Falcon? But I guess not even in that situation, I guess. Just turn around and just start fucking, shooting our guys. Guardian Angel.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and sometimes they'd escape. There's this one photo, it'd probably be hard to find now, but there's this young kid. This kid's probably 16. He wasn't even a Taliban guy. He was just I fucking hate the United States. Most people do. When you're under foreign occupation, you typically hate the foreign occupiers. It's kind of a universal human thing.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's crazy.
Man.
Wait, they welcomed us as liberators, I thought.
It's and it's right. I mean, but that's the U.S. policy. Oh, they're actually going to like us. But there's this kid who was 16, hated the U.S. He joined the Afghan army. He killed 2 U.S. soldiers in training, and then somehow got off the base. And there's a photo of him being carried on the shoulders of everyone in the village right outside the base. And he's like, I did it. I got the Americans. And then he just went on with his life. I mean, who knows what happened to him now? But that was that's the sentiment there. I mean, obviously there's people who don't like the Taliban and are scared about what's going to happen. I think it's actually interesting that the Taliban have very clearly decided that they're pursuing a policy of international credibility. So I don't know if you noticed, but when they took all these major cities, there really wasn't fighting. The Afghan military just folded because they just really don't care. In Kabul, there wasn't a shot fired when the Taliban came and took over Kabul.
Well, hold on. There were shots fired last night, Mike, as you also saw, by the American military shooting at people, civilians that they actually ended up murdering, for one last huzzah, for good old time's sake, where they murdered a bunch of civilians that were trying to desperately get onto airplanes and literally fucking probably get thrown off the airplane inevitably when it takes off. But that's the sense of desperation amongst the civilian population of Kabul that the American military was not allowing them to be on the air base or the field. So they ended up shooting 3 people.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, that's the most, I think, iconic images of the end of the Afghan. I mean, everyone's showing like the Chinook helicopter lifting off the roof like it was in Saigon, or the plane on the tarmac with all the people mobbing it. I think the most emblematic images we're seeing is of the soldiers shooting at civilians who are on the tarmac trying to escape. I mean, just until the very last moment, really embodying what the entire war has been. Just a horrible, and it's like, obviously the civilians are on your side. They're there trying to like escape the Taliban, but just total dehumanization and lack of care for the people of the country, and just kind of the readiness to use violence. But no shot was fired by the Taliban or by Afghan military resisting them. Most of the big cities that fell to the Taliban, there wasn't a shot fired, or there's almost no fighting. But the Taliban have announced, since they announced the new government, that they would allow safe passage to anyone who's leaving Afghanistan. So no one has to worry about, running to the planes as they're taking off. They're like, we're going to let you leave. They've said that they are going to honor their commitment to the United States to make sure that nobody is able to plan a terrorist attack against the United States from Afghan soil. They've even said, of course, the Taliban could just take over the entire government. The Taliban has said, we're going to allow figures from the previous puppet regime to be in the government. It's not just going to be all Taliban people. And they've even said that they're going to adopt more moderate policies. So the Taliban that you saw in power in the 90s, they're not going to do that again. And they're going to let women go to school and things like that.
I don't believe that, for the record.
I definitely don't. I agree with you, but they obviously are taking an approach to kind of have some kind of international credibility, to try to be seen as a legitimate government on the world stage after coming out of just, such a long protracted war. And so I think the reason I say that is because you could really quickly see the US narrative turn around, where they start saying, actually, you know what? This shows that we won in Afghanistan because the Taliban aren't as bad, and it's because of us, and we succeeded in this or that, and then start doing business deals with them again like they wanted to in the 90s.
Yeah, I can absolutely see them like rolling out the red carpet on the Atlantic for like the mullah that now took over and is like going to be the new president, in the same way that they do with like MBS when he did his original like charm
New
offensive.
moderate.
And everyone was like, oh my God, look how great the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is now. They're letting women drive. Meanwhile, like the women that advocated for that were still being tortured in fucking prison. You know what I mean? Only recently released, by the way. So I can totally see that. And I do agree with you on that. And I do believe that that's what's going on. I think that there is going to be an effort to normalize the Taliban rule in government. We're going to look the other way. Right now, we're hyper-focused on it. Then there's going to be an era where we look the other way, where the Taliban does whatever the fuck they want to do, ultimately to turn around and say, look, they're actually doing a great job. We won after all. We normalized and we made the Taliban progressive because, like I said, they're just going to be getting their contracts from the Taliban until they decide to no longer comply with the United States interests. And the other reason why I feel that way is because I'm seeing, you saw Dostum. I'm sure you're familiar with this person, who is like Turkey's guy, basically, in the fight, who is a mercenary warlord, brutal dude, first vice president of Afghanistan, right? I think one of the that has been living in Turkey since 2009, originally come back to Afghanistan, and then only to immediately take his forces and leave for Uzbekistan. And that, to me, signals that, like, all of the regional leaders, including India, which the Taliban is making efforts to normalize relationships with, are functionally saying, like, we are the new guys in charge. We are going to just, implement Sharia law, of course, the will of Allah. But having said that, we are going to, we're not going to be doing the same stuff that we were doing back in the good old days of our occupation. So who knows? But seeing what like the deals that Russia clearly also struck with the Taliban, considering that their embassy, if I'm not mistaken, is completely untouched at this moment. Seeing that not a single a single shot has been fired thus far, and overtaking even Kabul, which was the tactical stronghold of the United States, the Green Zone, as you said. I feel as though their ultimate goals are to be the next administration in Afghanistan.
Yeah, and the U.S. is fine with that. In fact, they've been fine with the Taliban government since the troop surge. I mean, they knew then that there was no way to completely defeat the Taliban. They knew that it was either the Taliban totally takes over, or there's some kind of unity government where our puppets get some seats. And so all of it, this whole time of all this rhetoric of we have to defeat the Taliban, we have to keep fighting to defeat the Taliban, they were just bullshitting. They knew that they were never going to defeat them. They knew that they were never going to keep them from power. It was just a question of how much power would they have in relation to the U.S. puppet forces. But the U.S. is also, I mean, the only reason they're leaving is because they're actually fine with the Taliban government if it kind of collaborates and cooperates in certain ways with the U.S. And Biden in that speech basically issued a threat saying if they don't cooperate, we can go back to just bombing them. So of course there's still going to be drones flying over, B-52 bombers whenever they feel like it. You know, the U.S. reserves the right to kill people in the world whenever it wants to for whatever reason, and that's kind of unquestioned. But they'll still be exerting pressure in that way if they're not getting what they want from the Taliban. But there's an important reason why the U.S. left Afghanistan. And it's the same reason why they drew down drastically in Iraq prior to the re-engagement in the war to defeat ISIS, but now they're drawing down again. And people remember when Obama came into office, he came in on all this rhetoric against the Iraq war. You know, this is the dumb war, Afghanistan is a smart war, but he also never said we should be in Afghanistan indefinitely. In fact, his policy for Afghanistan was to try to win the war quickly so we could leave because of something he called the Asia pivot. And I think people have heard that term, the Asia pivot, the pivot towards China, but pivot away from what? And it was the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the Obama administration and the Pentagon leaders at that time were arguing it's really bad for the empire that we are bogged down in two unwinnable wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, even though we're making some money there and even though it's helping us bolster our military and all the other benefits that come from a never-ending war, but we are failing to direct our forces toward our next enemies. China, Russia, of course, countries in Latin America the U.S. wants to overthrow. And so there's all these other targets, and it's hard for imperialism to effectively overthrow and engage these other targets for regime change that they have if they're bogged down, looking pretty bad in two disastrous wars that were supposed to be like the 9/11 revenge wars that makes the U.S. look good and strong in the world.
Even though there's nothing to do, especially in Iraq, with respect to 9/11, even remotely related, obviously, and also even with Afghanistan, there were multiple different avenues that we could have pursued that did not involve relentless bombing campaigns and also boots on the ground military warfare, or I don't know, giving bags of cash to fucking pedophile warlords that we shipped into Afghanistan into certain areas if the other warlord of the region was not complying with our demands to turn the other cheek or tell us about Taliban's movements every now and then.
Yeah, no, all of that, all the trillions of dollars that were spent in Afghanistan, the money that didn't go into like war profiteers in the U.S. were just like stolen by all the U.S. proxy forces, all the warlords, like basically just took that money and pocketed it, which is another reason why the Afghan military collapsed, because a lot of that money was just stolen by them. But, you know, I think there's like a lot of people were surprised that the war actually ended for that reason. It's like, well, there's so much money to be made in forever wars. There's so many minerals there that we don't want to give up and so forth. But like the imperialist state, the job of the Pentagon, the job of the government under a capitalist imperialist system is to manage the common affairs of the ruling class, the common interests of the ruling class. And so, yes, there were certain industries that probably lost out with the U.S. leaving Iraq and Afghanistan. You know, the people making all the bombs that are getting dropped, you know, the fuel companies that are providing all the fuel for the Apaches to fly over the country, you know, 24 hours a day. So, of course, there's some industries that are taking a hit, but the head of the empire said, it's better for our common interests as a collective ruling class, as the capitalist class as a whole, if we slow down these wars and direct towards other enemies that we want to conquer, that we want to take over, that we want to overthrow. And so the whatever credit Biden can get for ending the war, which, you know, Trump could have done it, but he chose not to because he chickened out. He could have ended it on his watch, and been the president who ended the war as he promised when he was campaigning, but he chickened out. So Biden does, I guess, get credit for actually having the guts to be like, it's gonna be bad press, but I'm gonna take the fall. But the motives are not because it was wrong to have people dying in Afghanistan, people to be occupied. It was wrong to keep sending soldiers to have their legs blown off, but because they want to turn towards other targets for overthrow. And that's just that's the nature of imperialism. And that's how you can kind of rationalize why the U.S. would give up such a prize. Afghanistan was a huge prize. I mean, the U.S.'s main goals was to overthrow the government, develop it as a neo-colony, have unfettered access to its resources, and have military bases. The U.S. loves to have military bases in every country that it can, especially in Afghanistan. Being so close to China, India, former Soviet republics, it is a massive prize that the U.S. lost. It did not achieve those core objectives. And so why would they do that? Well, because it's more important for them to turn in other directions to overthrow, which, at its core, it's completely rotten and criminal.
What do you think will happen next in Afghanistan? Like, what's your speculation, if you choose to speculate on it? And how do the people of Afghanistan liberate themselves? I mean, we didn't even offer historical context to this, but like, obviously, part of the reason why the Taliban is so strong, or was so strong originally, is because of the Mujahideen forces that were trained and also offered weapons by the United States government under Reagan as a counterweight towards the USSR and their interest in the region. Like, clearly, some of those people branched off, became the Taliban. Some of those people became Al Qaeda. Some of those people actually fought the Taliban. Obviously, it's very complex. There's like different warring tribes that have always worked there. But what we do know is that any sort of socialist, any sort of leftist momentum was completely squashed in a way that we see all around the world, led by Western imperialist forces, or led by Israel in the case of Hamas, because a lot of these reactionary forces are often seen as a counterbalance, a counterweight towards any sort of like socialist organizing, any sort of socialist militia, which is the true enemy, and that's the genuinely fearful organization, even if it's the people's actual will. So right now there isn't necessarily, as far as I've seen, there isn't necessarily like any sort of momentum against the Taliban, and I don't even know if there ever can be one. What do you see for the future of Afghanistan?
You're right. I mean, Afghanistan was becoming increasingly socially progressive. It had a vibrant socialist movement, which took power in the Sour Revolution in the 70s, which, of course, the U.S. did everything it could to destroy. And just like you mentioned, like in Iran, like in Lebanon, like in Palestine, the kind of focus on nationalist forces gives a space to more religious forces to ascend, and then they end up dealing with those religious forces. But I think it brings together, this point about, can a U.S. humanitarian intervention exist? Like, anytime you have when a country is under a foreign occupation and in a war, in every sense, every single person who lives in Afghanistan, their daily reality was war. That becomes the main contradiction in a society. And so how can you think about social progress, or building social progress, or socialist or left-wing organizations forming and fighting for more rights and presenting a left-wing alternative or challenge to the religious forces in the country, when you're in a state of war, and when you're under occupation? That becomes just the last thing on the list on people's minds. It becomes impossible to actually do it. And so, yes, of course we want to see Afghanistan progress into what is in its roots. I mean, it is in Afghanistan's very recent history to be pushing towards extreme levels of social progress, rights movement, all that stuff. That's in Afghanistan's history and blood. That wasn't brought from any other country. That was organic to Afghanistan and some people's lifetimes who may be watching this. It wasn't that long ago. But of course, that is completely hindered and blocked by being in a state of war. And so now, with the full withdrawal of U.S. and NATO forces, now Afghanistan can start on that path of moving in that direction. Now opens up new space for people to fight for what's right and to bring society to a different place. And that's true anywhere. As long as you're in the state of attack by the United States or imperialist powers, of course that's going to slow any kind of other progress. And another thing I think is going to happen is what always happens is the U.S. is going to try to rewrite the history of the Afghanistan war. And that's why it's important that you're doing this stream. You've done coverage of this. It's like when Obama ended the war in Iraq, he declared this new holiday, I think called Freedom Day, which is to mark the end of the Iraq war, and gave this whole narrative about what the Iraq war really was. We freed the Iraqi people, we gave them a better life, whatever. And it's just a complete disgusting rewrite of history. They did the same thing with Vietnam, with Korea, with all their wars. They like to rewrite the history. And so now that the chapter is closed on Afghanistan, you're going to see Washington, the media, start writing a new narrative of what the war was about, what we did, what we accomplished, all of that stuff. And one thing they're going to leave out of that narrative is that there was a vibrant movement against it, even though it was small at times the entire way, including from people in the military who are resisting the war, refusing orders, and things like that.
All right. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming on. Do you have any other final parting words? I don't want to take up more of your time. This was incredible.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you having me on.
Did you ever think that you would be? Did you ever think that you would, as a socialist, as an open socialist, be one of the top broadcasted streams on any platform whatsoever, and be able to say stuff like that?
Optimism, man. The reason for my optimism, man, is that these politics weren't always accepted, and now they're becoming so popular, and that gives me a lot of hope for the future. Just parting words. I really appreciate you having me on. If people want to learn more, see more of my work, I have a show called The Empire Files that's hosted by my partner, Abby Martin. Got a lot of stuff there. And I think that just the thing to keep in mind is that the U.S. isn't done. I mean, just like after Vietnam, the U.S. was humiliated in Vietnam, left in a humiliating, embarrassing retreat. But that didn't mean the empire was falling and crumbled and was slowed down. It just turned its sights towards Latin America and started sponsoring all of these horrible, dirty wars and regime change in Latin America, turned towards the Middle East. So what you're seeing in the media now, the establishment, the ruling class, the elites, they're very upset that they're being embarrassed right now. That's why Biden is under so much pressure. I mean, they thought they were going to be getting all this glory for ending the war. That's why Biden is planning this 9/11 celebration to honor his ending the forever war. Kamala Harris back in April leaked to the press that actually I'm the one that helped convince Biden to pull out because they all thought it was going to go well. Now that it's looking bad for them, the establishment is really upset that the empire looks bad right now. It is not good for U.S. imperialism to be seen on the world stage as suffering such a major defeat. And what is the only remedy for that? It's having a victory somewhere else. It's having an achievement, rolling back some other government they don't like in another country. So I think people who care about peace, about self-determination, about international solidarity, is we have to be vigilant and knowing that the empire is not going to take a break after getting its ass kicked and losing in Afghanistan. It's going to be turning towards other countries that they want to overthrow for no other reason than profits and hegemony for the U.S. empire.
So you're saying Africa, here we come. I mean, we're
already building
there.
up. Already started.
We're already there.
Even Biden said it in his speech. He even mentioned Somalia in his speech, meaning that they want to escalate stuff there. So from Latin America to Africa to other countries in the Middle East, especially in Asia, the United States is going to continue to be on the warpath, and we can present a real challenge when there's opportunities to take action in the streets, and also kind of just building this consciousness, anti-imperialist consciousness, with everyone we know and everyone that we can influence.
All right. Well, thanks for all the incredible work that you do, and I'll hopefully you'll come back soon.
Oh yeah, man, anytime.
All right.
Folks, all right,
Folks,
later.
That was Mike Prysner. He is brilliant. His work is great, alongside his partner Abby Martin, and I was very fortunate to be able to have him on. I hope you guys learned a thing or two. One of my favorite things that I hear from chat whenever I do stuff like this is people being like, dude, what a keyboard warrior. What does he know? It's like, well, I mean, I think he knows a lot. He was personally invested and has a lot of personal experience as well. So everyone can suck one whenever they say like, oh, dude, you fucking hate veterans. You fucking hate veterans. Yeah, guess what, bitch? There you go. I had a veteran on, and I have plenty of veterans in my community as well. Hopefully that was an informative segment. I am about to pee my pants. That was another reason why I needed to, end the interview as quickly as I possibly could. But he was fucking awesome. Mike was awesome. Like I said, you can check out his work at Empire Files alongside Abby Martin. Abby was also on the Joe Rogan show recently. Joe is still a fan of Abby Martin. And I'm going to run an ad really quickly, but here you're going to see some additional details on the latest developments in Afghanistan while I go pee. Hopefully there isn't anything like crazy on here. I don't know if they show like the people falling off the plane. Oh, they do. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys here, I'll start off with this one. I'm going to run an ad break right now because I have to. Top of the hour, and it's time for a 60-second ad break. Okay. We'll get back to, you know what? We'll get back to Michael Pompeo and what he had to say about his involvement. And of course, if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free. The coverage is continuing. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime if you have one, if you have an Amazon Prime account, or you can subscribe, or you can use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Here's the video.
To that piece of paper, to the words that they had put on the ground. We weren't going to allow them to just walk away from any deal that they'd struck. We were going to go crush them. We were going to go impose real costs on them. We weren't going to let them take these provincial capitals. They understood that American power was going to come to their village, to their community, to the friends and family around them, and we were going to make sure that they understood America wasn't going to allow Americans to be killed from this place. We didn't take the word of the Taliban. We watched their actions on the ground when they did the right thing and they helped us against terror. That was all good. And when they didn't, we crushed them.
Finally, and I've got about 2 minutes here, sir. You graduated first in your class.
Okay. Now Chris Wallace is going to start beaking. Wait, is this the entire video? Wait, that's it?
And we were going to make sure that they understood America.
I thought there was more to it. I can have XQ Cow on if he's like bored, or if the moment is past, but I can have him on now. But the moment is probably past for him, I assume. Unless he wants to talk. Check his logs. He was listening to hentai reviews. Yeah, I'll talk to the juicer. Enough AfghaniStan do JCS inspired Krima content. Thank you for having Mike instead of XQC. Guys, I was gonna have Mike on this morning. And like I've been setting this up for a while. Obviously, I was going to originally fucking talk to Mike. XQ Cow, check his logs. What did he say? Fuck the news frogs. Run full 3 minutes of ads, dudes. That's like 4K. Yikes. Joe Biden hasn't been doing anything good. Like, what the fuck? Aiden time.xq says pay your mods. That's funny. Okay. This was a lot. There's about a minute and a half left in that interview. Oh, okay. Let's watch the rest of it.
That it was just a decade earlier in 1975 when the U.S. pulled out of Saigon, and you saw U.S. diplomats, Vietnamese, people who had been sided with us, clamoring onto helicopters on the embassy roof, which scarred our country and our military for years. What do you think the fall of Afghanistan is going to say to our allies and to our enemies? And what do you think it's going to mean for our image of ourselves?
Chris, that's a very important question. I think weak American leadership always harms American security. So this is in the context of a Biden administration that has basically abandoned the global stage in favor of climate change. Right? They've been focused on critical race theory while the embassy is at risk. That didn't happen during our 4 years. I do think there's a real risk here.
I love that, dude. Buzzwords. Just hit him with the fucking buzzwords, dude. Fred Flintstone, motherfucker. Oh, yeah, dude, totally. CRT, that's why fucking Saigon is happening under their Biden or whatever.
I think our soldiers, sailors, our junior enlisted soldiers have done amazing work along the way. But I think the senior military leadership that had 20 years to build out these coalition forces, the Afghan National Security Forces, has to fundamentally rethink the training that they provided them, the weapons they provided them, how they were thinking strategically about handing this battle off to the Afghan people. And we had a president in Afghanistan who wasn't prepared to do the right thing for his own national security, for his own.
Yeah, the Afghan president probably also was learning about too much critical race theory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, as I suspected, XQC, I believe, is probably done with the Afghanistan conversation. Doesn't seem like he's responding to my DM, so. All right. Biden ending war for CRT and climate change. Yeah. Listen, it was a good thing overall. Joe Biden did a good thing overall. You know, it's not going to lead to good things, but it's the right thing to do. And also, it would have been the right thing to do under the Trump administration as well, as I already stated. When Donald Trump was the president, and he talked about pulling out. And yes, this is absolutely the Joe Biden administration. Oh, he's down. Excuses down. Biden's speech on Afghanistan, he went a long way to really flesh out a Biden doctrine. Because he was asking if Joe Biden was doing bad things or not. And I want to see. XQC juiced your whole coverage, your whole 3-day coverage in 5 minutes? What does that even mean? Have you seen the video of the Australian SAS committing war crime on camera? It's on YouTube? No. I know though. I know of it. We briefly touched on it when it happened or when it was revealed. It's not. You said I'm here. I'm calling him. He did not pick up. It means Juicer can only handle 5 minutes of information. I think I do a decent job at juice lording it up. Anyway, all right. Here's what Nicole D. Wallace had to say about Biden's speech on Afghanistan while we wait.
Current split between the press and public, the two audiences that will hear and view this speech, and the president's choice to go hard with his own decision making?
Well, I'm going to say two things, and both hard to say, but I'll say them anyway, because here we are. 95% of the American people will agree with everything he just said. 95% of the press covering this White House will disagree.
Oh my God. That's fucking insane. No, she's literally right. What the fuck? Did I mishear that? Oh my God. What the fuck? Bro, this is one of the best things I've ever fucking heard.
And I'd love to hear you out on the current split between the press and public, the two audiences that will hear and view this speech, and the president's choice to go hard with his own decision making.
And that was initially the plan?
Who are you talking to?
Oh, so
are you talking now?
No, because I had to get takes from multiple experts also, so I would get a wide variety of opinions.
Okay, let's hear it.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Let's hear yours.
Well, what is your? No, let's hear it. As in, like, what's your question? You were, because I don't know what the what the question is.
Okay. Well, I maybe I'm ignorant for that, but I didn't even know the actual conflict happening and the main moving parts and just what it is. So I know like what's happening when I see a news title or I see a news video or I see a speech or article or something.
So the United States of America has been in active conflict or occupying Afghanistan for the past 20 years. Okay. in the aftermath of 9/11, in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, Osama bin Laden was, according to our intelligence community, in the hands of the Taliban, basically. Like that he was in Afghanistan and the Taliban in Taliban-controlled regions. So what ended up happening is the American government said, we're going to bomb the fuck out of Afghanistan and we're going to blow you guys up. We're going to blow your shit up. We are going to, you're going to fucking give us Osama bin Laden. Okay?
Right.
And then the Taliban, even in some instances, the Taliban was like, okay, hold on. We don't fucking want that. We'll give you Osama bin Laden, but we have to negotiate. Like, you know, we're fine with extraditing him to a third country that's a neutral third country or something like that. And you know, we want actual investigations to occur so we know that he was responsible for 9/11, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they were definitely still aligned with Osama bin Laden. They were offering a protectionist policy to Osama bin Laden, who was responsible for the 9/11 attacks, while, you know, saying that we don't want to be bombed. So we'll fucking, you know, we're willing to give him up. Basically,
did they?
Basically, no, what ended up happening is George W. Bush said, fuck no, okay, we're coming. And then they did. They invaded Afghanistan. The American government did.
Okay.
And throughout the course of the past 20 years, we've been engaging in active conflict in Afghanistan. There was an establishment of a green zone, a safe area that the United States basically completely occupied in Kabul. It's a big city with 4 million citizens living in it. Outside of that, Afghanistan was still very dangerous territory. The United States also engaged in bombing campaigns for multiple years on top of the active, like, boots on the ground military warfare that they engaged in. It killed thousands of civilians. Okay.
Right.
And,
I'm saying.
And then basically it got to a point where we knew for a very long time that this was a never-ending war. It wasn't going anywhere. It was fucking bullshit. That's why many people like yourself probably weren't even aware that we were in Afghanistan and continuing to engage in active war. And the Trump administration originally said, we are going to negotiate with the Taliban. Okay?
Right.
And basically withdraw with a conditional ceasefire. We're going to take all the troops out, the remaining, 2,000 troops out of Afghanistan. And the negotiations happened under Donald Trump, and Joe Biden fully executed the bargain and the conditional withdrawal. And now everyone's fucking upset because people in Kabul are freaking out for understandable reasons because of the influence of the Taliban. And they're trying to get the fuck out of the country as best as they can, as quickly as they can. And some of them are climbing on top of fucking airplanes and shit and falling off. And now the entire country is completely under the control of the Taliban.
Okay. And how did today and the other ongoing is like affecting the bigger picture, the grand scheme of things, like what specifically happened that was like the breaking point that a lot of things are happening now?
The breaking point basically is attrition. Like, we have been there for a very long time, and this is my speculation. I'm gonna add my personal speculation to this. But I think the American government realized a long time ago and finally decided to act on that realization that the Afghan puppet state that they had put in power and the Afghan forces that they had been training that cost $90 billion over the course of the past 20 years when they were training these Afghan forces were not going to be able to hold off the Taliban when the American government inevitably left. What?
I mean, if that's not enough, I mean, what would be enough then?
Exactly, which is precisely why we should have withdrawn, or actually, as a matter of fact, never even gone into Afghanistan to begin with. So basically, they decided to finally execute that withdrawal and offer the country to the Taliban because the Taliban was inevitably going to take the country either through incredibly violent means Okay, either through incredibly violent means or through this peaceful transfer of power. It has been peaceful thus far. That does not mean it's going to be actually peaceful. But the Taliban basically overtook like most parts of the country immediately, and even Kabul yesterday.
And will it remain peaceful if it is right now, when it's fully taken over?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by peaceful. There's still going to be a lot of chaos because they are very fundamentalist. They are very, very conservative. You know, kind of like the Republican Party, very religious.
What's a fundamentalist? What is that?
They believe in the bare bones of religion. Their religious interpretation is fundamentalist, as in their understanding of the Quran or their understanding of Islam is kind of like, you know how there's like some Christians that are Pentecostal. You're from Canada. There's Pentecostal Christians out there. You know, like the fucking people that like play around with snakes and shit. They go crazy.
Yeah,
and think that like women shouldn't be able to hold positions of power, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's basically like it's like the same, but for Islam.
Okay. I mean, now that I have a pretty good understanding. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but I thought all these things were like not resolved, but like, sort of partially resolved. I didn't know this was an ongoing thing, but now I can put the pieces together from the past, what I knew, and this now. Now there was one more thing. Yeah, what's going on with the president? I like analyzing sometimes the way people speak or whatever. I feel like Joe Biden was dude. I felt like he was running out of steam. I feel like 2 minutes in, and that was it, man. He looked like he was ready for a nap.
I mean, he's
like
old. He's always been like that.
But how big of a negative impact it can have that whenever he speaks, it's kind of soulless, and it kind of feels like, with all due respect, it just to me kind of felt a little bit like my old presentation from a sixth grade that I forgot to do, so I kind of winged one the night before, and I'm coming in front of the class with little papers. And I'm reading it off the fucking paper.
Yeah, he's not very charismatic. I totally agree. He used to be a lot more charismatic back in the day. I think he's, like I said, he's too fucking old. So that's a problem, but it's not necessarily a problem of governance, because like the fucking president doesn't really run the country. It's a collection of like different kinds of interests and their and the people that uphold those interests that run the country. Lobbyists, legislators, policy advisors, and the like. You know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter that he's fucking old. He's just basically a symbolic figure at the top there. But I think overall, what he said today was correct. I mean, he shifted a lot of the blame to the Afghan people, which is one thing. But overall, his main message was, listen, Jack, cut the malarkey. We've been there for 20 fucking years. We don't need to be there any longer. And I personally believe that was the right thing to do. I thought it was the right thing to do to pull out of Afghanistan under Donald Trump. And I still think it's the right thing to do under the Joe Biden administration.
You think it's going to happen? He's going to keep his promise?
I don't know. Because there is an additional troop surge. Now there's 6,000 troops, even though we were pulling out all of our troops, but the 6,000 troops are being used to protect the Kabul airport so they can safely extract all of like the interpreters and the embassy members that are, round the clock working to basically sign off on visas for people that worked and collaborated with the U.S. forces there. And I don't know if they will ever end up coming back into Afghanistan. I always had the suspicion, even under Trump, that we would basically privatize war there. You know what I mean by that? Like we would use... No. You've played Metal Gear Solid, right?
Yeah.
Basically that. Metal Gear Solid 4. But in real life. PMCs. Private military contractors like Blackwater. Like Blackwater, which is now Academy. I always assume that, JSOC, the CIA, and private military contractors that we contract out the warfare to would probably maintain the same kind of structures there, but not directly the American military.
Okay. And how many people are trying to get out right now? You know, people falling from airplanes. That's really sad. How many of them are trying to get out and escape?
I don't know the exact number. Probably thousands. Kabul is massive. There's 4 million people there, and it's also it's the most westernized part of Afghanistan. Afghanistan is really interesting. It's like, you know how we have K-Konas here in America and also in Quebec as well. Like in Afghanistan, the K-Konas are like literally unaware of technology to a certain degree. Like a lot of K-Konas are not using the internet. You know what I mean? They're just like straight up, just like living in, they're living in houses and chilling and fucking herding goats and taking care of their poppy farms, right?
Right. Okay.
So I don't know the exact number of people in Kabul, which is the city that is more modernized and more westernized. I don't know how many people from there are like trying to run away, but it's probably a big chunk of people. Yeah.
But people are getting on these airplanes. These airplanes are going where?
They're trying to go anywhere else outside of Afghanistan. They want to go to Turkey. They want to go to Turkey and then to other countries where they wait for the refugee process.
Yeah, an asylum.
Yeah, asylum process to kick in. They want to basically get out of Afghanistan and go anywhere else, so that they can like move. So they can go to like Canada. So they can go to different countries in Europe. Even though France originally, I believe, said today that they were not going to welcome any refugees.
Why not?
Because they have their own issues. There's a lot of racism happening in France, specifically anti-Muslim racism, and they think that if they were to allow any sort of refugees to come into the country, that would probably look bad for Macron.
Who the fuck is Macron?
Macron is the leader of France.
Oh, okay. Interesting. The fuck. So why don't they just spam planes and they help the people to get asylum at least temporarily until things kind of cool down?
Well, it's complicated because you need to. People will say this is a massive security risk. People will say that what if they're terrorists that are flying in and taking advantage of the refugee process or the asylum process? Like, we don't want terrorists in here. And then also, there are, individuals in these places like the K-Konas in most circumstances that are like, I don't want no fucking immigrants coming in here. They're brown. You know what I mean? Like, so Americans don't want to take in any refugees, despite the fact that we are largely responsible for the situation in Afghanistan, both with our withdrawal, but definitely with the 20 years prior to the withdrawal. So there's a lot of people. It's a politically not a great thing to do. It's morally the right thing to do, but it's unfortunately politically not the greatest thing to do. And that is what's motivating these cowardly politicians from taking the correct course of action.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good if there was a place like a neutral zone? When you play MMO, you have a city where people can't fight, right? You can't PvP. Sorry for the bad terms, right? Where in times like this, you could move a bunch of people in where there's like housing and food, and all the countries would all be funding a fund to help, and then it would help everybody at once in times like this. Couldn't they win? And it'd be like a safe, neutral zone. Why don't we have that?
I don't know if you can. I don't know you can disable PvP like you do in a neutral zone. You know what I mean? It's idealistic, but I don't think you can do that, unfortunately, because then you can't disable PvP in real life.
No, I get it, but the people just want to go anywhere else because it's really bad. But now I get it. What if there's a place where there's like basic housing with basic food, almost like just tents on a field or whatever, so people could not die and chill for a little bit in a neutral zone?
I mean, they have refugee camps. We're basically describing that when people like escape these treacherous conditions back home. they oftentimes go to what is known as refugee camps. The United Nations is one that has some of these refugee camps. Usually the conditions are really poor though, because like, you know, the tents and all that shit is not great for survival. And then you have to move them from those refugee camps to countries, right?
Yeah, yeah, but I mean,
and people don't want them in the countries. They're like, yeah, fuck them. Like, we don't want to have these people in here.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, people are saying a question mark, a utopian D. You know what you're talking about? Well, I was just spitballing on how it sounds something that's feasible when we're saying it, but you're making it sound like it's unfeasible when you actually do it in technically. Sorry though.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Just because something seems impossible doesn't mean that you should stop dreaming. I think that's like silly as fuck, to be honest. No, it's not a bad thing. It's a good idea. It's something that we could accomplish. It's just that there are different competing interests that get in the way of accomplishing said things. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of coordinating amongst nation states that would be able to put something like this together.
Yeah, I mean that sucks. Okay, fuck man. Okay, well, I learned a lot. I think I did a good job of explaining the whole thing without giving me too much a personal bias. I think I got a good scope of it. So when is this all gonna end?
When is this all going to end? It's never going to end. Conflict is never ending. It's just a matter of people not paying attention to it anymore. So what's going to end up happening is we'll talk about this like for a week, right? Non-fucking stop. Everyone's going to be like, oh my God, what's going on in Afghanistan? I can't believe this. I can't believe this. And then all of a sudden something else is going to happen. And then everyone is going to hyper-focus on that shit and totally forget and basically betray all of the values that they were espousing about the Afghan women. Just like no one gave a fuck about the Afghan women in the entirety of Afghanistan. It was a 40 million person country, and only talked about like, oh, the Afghan women in the green zone in Kabul and how they were able to go to school and stuff. It's always like that. Yeah, someone in the chat said it's like LSF drama. It's literally the same.
Yeah, it's like when some small streamer does something bad for years, nobody blinks an eye. Something blows up and now it's mainstream and a lot of people are doing it. Now it's out there. It's like, holy fuck, we gotta change things. Things gotta get better. And then another drama comes along and things revert back to what they were before.
Mm-hmm.
And swept under the rug. Oh, okay. I'm moving on, type of thing. Oh, I get it.
Yeah. All right. Oh, by the way, I mentioned this before, but I saw your takes about my fucking clothing.
Yeah, okay. I
think. Look, listen. I suspect that your build is better than mine overall to be able to wear fashionable clothing. Because of your build, you look like, you know, like a clothes hanger, and that's like unironically what the model build is.
Yeah, it's a good build, but the problem with that build is that it takes a considerable amount of time to find the gear that fits the build. The problem is that the clothing when you buy them when they're manufactured normally for normal people, when I wear it, it simply won't fit. I need to find things that are specific, like either if the length of the t-shirts or the sleeves is good, the neck isn't going to be good. If it's all good, it's going to be too large on the sides, right? If everything fits, the bottom part of the shirt is going to be not long enough, and I'll look like an idiot. Like, it's actually hard to find correct sizings that are all around good. Because believe it or not, I actually wear XL more often than I wear large. But instead, when I wear XL, what it does is it makes the collar big, but the rest of the dimensions make sense. So I wear two t-shirts, one under to fix the neck, and one over, to have it how the sizing that I want. That makes sense?
Yeah, but that's my problem too. because I'm too big. So no one ever makes clothes that fit me perfectly, right? And there's certain ways that clothing is like supposed to sit on you, you know, like different styles. Like some, especially like baggy clothes are kind of fashionable, you know what I mean? And I can't wear anything baggy because like I would have to wear like a triple XL. More often than not, they literally don't have triple XL clothing that is fashionable to begin with, right? So, and then even if there is one where I finally get one and I wear it, I look like a fucking Roblox character. So my take is, if you and I were to go to a store where we got dripped up with the same exact fit, you would look better than me because of that problem. Where like you're lanky.
Yeah, I'd be down to do that. Right?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I want to do.
But I can't do like fucking 8 necklaces with fucking seashells or some bullshit. I can't be doing that.
Okay.
Or rings.
No,
But the rest I can
one
do that.
step at a time. One step at a time. You don't have to get in. You don't have to dive in on the necklace side so quickly. You know what I mean? You wear the same fucking Whataburger hoodie for like 8 days in a row. Okay, I'm not trying to get you to fucking put on pearl necklaces.
Necklaces are fine. I don't mind necklaces. One like a cool one that's like out there's like, oh look, that's a necklace and it's contrasting. Whenever you spam, I think that's the problem now, is that hype beast Andes, they just spam. They say red belt Gucci, orange shirt Chanel, fucking jacket blue Dior, and they load all that bitch ass in, and it look like clown. Like, yeah, bro, but look, it's expensive, and look, it looks fashion, but it's fashion because you're wearing things that are made to be fashion, that are fashion labeled stuff, but you're wearing them in a way that doesn't match their purpose.
No, I understand. I'm not. First of all, people do that all the time, and that's totally normal. It's artistic in expression, but I don't wear any of the fucking designer shit anyway. I never wear designer shit, so I don't disagree with you. I think people certainly rely heavily on like the designer brands making you look good or like making you feel like you have taste. I see it all the time, but that's not what I'm stating. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay, so then where do you shop then? If you want to go shopping, where would you go first?
We can go to a thrift store. We can go to regular stores. You can get like designer shit if you get like nothing that's like aggro as fuck, that isn't like Fendi all around. But yeah, I just want to be able to find two of the same. I have a fashion designer friend that I interviewed on my podcast recently.
It's a hot girl.
No. He's the man. He's dope. He's a Vietnamese dude from Minnesota, and his name is Kai. He's on the new HBO show, The Hype. There's like a new HBO fashion show. Anyway, but I want him to like take us to all these stores because he's friends with all of them, like all the labels and stuff like that. And I want to go to like every single one and get dripped out. Because I know for a fact you would look better than I do in the same fucking clothing that we're wearing, because nothing will fit me appropriately, whereas everything will fit. You can find something that fits you appropriately.
All right, we'll try then. Let's actually do that then.
Yeah. All right, we'll do it.
Okay, we'll do it then. I actually got to commit. We're doing it.
All right. Well, now that you said it in front of your audience, like they're gonna fucking yell at you if you don't do it. So.
Yeah. I could just
some drip shit, some IRL drip stream.
Okay. So we're gonna go to stores and he knows people over there, so it's not gonna be awkward. He's gonna like lead us or something.
Yeah.
Okay, doable then.
All right.
Okay, good. All right, let's do that then. Okay. Well, I'll give in touch. Thanks for the talk, man. Thanks for helping out.
No problem. All right. Peace.
Peace, man. Have a good day.
So. All right. Take him to the market too. The market is lit. I gotta say, this conversation is peak Twitch. I mean, this is literally the most Twitch conversation you could have. Okay. Opinions on Futa? I have no opinion on Futa. I mean, if people wanna watch Futa, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
The stand
Okay, what is this? Is Sean Hannity? Reevaluate the ethics of live streaming with service workers who have no real choice. Wait, what? Fuck do you mean reevaluate the ethics of live streaming with service workers who have no real choice? We literally unironically fucking like call ahead of time and make sure. I almost exclusively go to either public places or I go to places that are like my fucking friends. And not only that, but also even if it's an area that we get like, even if it's an area where we get like actual, you know, where we're like going to a place that we got prior, we got like prior shit from, permissions from, we still treat everyone with a fuckload of respect. That's crazy. Anyway, let's watch that MSNBC video. There's so much content, dude. There's so much fucking content. I want to look at the bad takes on Twitter. I want to look at the bad takes in general. There's so much to fucking cover, dude. I'm done with this. There's some good takes too. Let's close some of these tabs though. Okay. Where's the MSNBC based ass fucking take? Oh, here it is. Let's watch this. So MSNBC for the first fucking time in its history had like an actually good take.
I'd love to hear you out on the current split between the press and public, the two audiences that will hear and view this speech and the president's choice to go hard with his own decision making.
Well, I'm going to say two things, and both hard to say, but I'll say them anyway, because here we are. 95% of the American people will agree with everything he just said. 95% of the press covering this White House will disagree. And for an American president to finally be completely aligned with such an overwhelming majority of what the American people think about Afghanistan is probably a tremendous relief to the American people. He also went a long way toward really fleshing out a Biden doctrine. And there are questions about whether he can achieve what he set out, but there is no equivocation. There is no lack of confidence that this is the right decision. And what he has going for him is a vast majority of Americans in both political parties.
This is unironically one of the greatest things I've ever heard from MSNBC. I'm not even kidding. It is remarkable that this was even said. I'm so shocked that someone who is a mainstream media person would openly state the gigantic fucking rift between what the DC want class thinks the American people want and what they personally want versus what the American people actually believe is the right thing to do. Now, don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong, dude. This kind of rhetoric from CNN and all other fucking outlets. Biden's botched Afghan exit is a disaster. It's like embarrassing us. It's embarrassing us. It's embarrassing us. And Nicole Wallace is like literally a Bush person. Like actually one of the demons. Okay? For her to say this shit is really interesting. I don't know if the media will be able to make the American public sour on the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Why are 95% of the press against this decision? I feel like I'm missing something. What do you mean, why are they against this decision? Because they're warmongers. That's why. That's it. They feel as though they have been embarrassed on the world stage by a bunch of dudes that were wearing fucking slides, dude. It's Vietnam 2.0. War equals more people watching, more ads, more money. I mean, there is that. But also, they certainly get a lot of money also on top of that from the military-industrial complex. Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, Halliburton, all manner of different corporations that are like the backbone of American industry that rely heavily on permanent war. And the media's primary responsibility is the continuation of that. So that's precisely why they are not very excited about any sort of fucking pullout, any sort of dissent. These people have never cared about the women in Afghanistan, and they will forget about the women in Afghanistan. They never have cared about the women in Afghanistan. They're simply using the women in Afghanistan as a talking point to justify permanent war. Boeing too, yes, of course. Say Boeing, motherfucker. Yeah, dude, you guys know me. I'm always defending Boeing here because my brother works there. Like, shut the fuck up. Ben Shapiro breaks down what's happening in Afghanistan? Absolutely not.